Let's get started. Okay, so this should start right away here. Welcome everyone to the 101% beginner route run. So I'm going to be explaining everything that I do in this pre-recorded run. So I have story skip turned on. That's the only thing you really need to do before starting your run. Delete your file and let's go. Okay, hello Schlongster. This is dedicated to Schlongster. Okay, so this run is on the Wii U Virtual Console. However, everything I do today pretty much applies to N64 as well. So, obviously, if you're running on Wii U, you can copy exactly. But I will be sure to bring up any N64 version differences that apply to this route. But overall, this route had both versions in mind so that it doesn't matter which version you're on and you can do both. So yeah, first thing that we do here is go to Cranky and then do the 4 training barrels. And this one, what you hold, I think you hold down left for a bit and you can go straight into that coin and get a 56. I really wanted to have an input display for this, but I don't know how to get a working input display for Wii U. So maybe I will have one of those in the future, but don't know how to do it at this time. For orange barrel, you want to pick up the oranges and throw them at the tree, and they will explode instantly. Pretty much the only strat for that. And then for this barrel, the trick is to hold B the whole time. So as soon as you press B to pick up that first barrel, you can literally just hold the button the whole time and never let go and pick up all these barrels slightly sooner than you normally would if you were like just mashing B or whatever. Did you not know that, conditioner? Yeah, I'm hoping to teach the veterans some things today too, even though obviously this is aimed at beginners. Maybe the veterans will learn some strats too. So vine barrel, you can do a long jump after grabbing that vine or after getting the coin and get a clip out of bounds, but I've literally never gotten the clip in a 1-on-1 run before, so it's really rare. I wouldn't worry about it. It does save time if you clip out of bounds and void. Anyway, we're doing our first glitch here. Swim through vertical walls. It is extremely simple. Oh, so I'm gonna make sure I split. Whenever you go, so whenever you're underwater, there's a certain direction that we can call north. And when you go into first person and then leave first person and then keep swimming without touching the control stick, you will swim through the wall. There's a more in-depth explanation in the written guide. Doesn't really need much more than that. This is swim through shores right here. All you do is press Z to dive and mash B. And don't touch the control stick. There's nothing else to swim through shores other than that. Just press Z to dive and keep mashing B until you are through the wall there. So this allows us to get the shockwave as DK as the first thing in the route here. And then it's important that we hit warp 5 and collect 3 crystals here because we will be getting 3 rainbow coins. That's what those are used for. Swim through shores is not angle dependent. You can do it on any shore, but swim through vertical walls is angle dependent. So a lot of the walls in the game, you can't swim through them, but if the ones that are facing the right way, you can do the swim through vertical walls. So for this is caves early right here. You want, most important thing, have your camera the way I had it there, facing, down the slope. On N64, that trick is extremely simple. Just press A and mash B. But on VC, I do consider that one of the top 3 hardest things in this run. But since it does save so much time, I do highly recommend learning it. So yeah, a little bit more about caves early. It is hard on VC, I will warn you, because there's no lag. However, you can, so you just want to time 2 or 3 B presses right before you hit the ground, and that will allow you to get the moon kick. So there is another moon kick you could do right here on that rock, but I've decided not to do that in this beginner route. But you will see me do it in the current world record if you want to learn that route. It saves, I don't know how much time it saves, maybe 20-ish seconds. But yeah, I'm not doing that rock moon kick. They might see other people do. And let's see, what else have I missed? There are a lot of tricks right here at the start, so there's a lot to go through. The bee locker skip to get into crystal caves. You jump into bee locker with your back into him, and then mash B to do the slap, and as you're slapping, turn to get into the portal. But I don't expect people to fully learn every glitch just from watching this run, so I highly recommend people look at the written version of this guide, because it has links to, oh wow, nice miss there. It has links to every single trick in the run. So every single glitch you see me do here, you can go look at the written guide, and then click the link and go see someone else explain it in more detail. And I do want to put the disclaimer out there, this is pre-recorded and segmented together, so, but most of it was done in one take, so there's still mistakes, but I cut out the really, really bad parts. Okay, and let's see. So I did get that golden banana and skipped the cutscene as I entered Japes' lobby by hitting the loading zone and the golden banana at the same time. It's kind of precise. You just have to sort of copy what I did there and hit it at the left side. This is bush push. You walk into the bush until you basically walk into that bush as far as you can without getting pushed out, and then just spin clockwise and you'll clip. That was another swim through vertical walls there. Remember, the trick for swim through vertical walls is to be facing the right angle, go into first person, leave first person with C up, and then just keep swimming without touching the control stick. You can get that golden banana. So after you get the golden banana, you can walk under the ground all the way over here and jump in bounds to get DK's blueprint. You want all these coins, that's important. And a critical thing to note about floors in this game is that you can't jump through the floors. So if you want to come back in bounds when you're out of bounds, you have to jump through the wall. So you want to make sure you're on the side of the tunnel and then jumping through the wall to get back in bounds. For this battle crown, you can try and mash Z as you land on it to skip that cutscene, but I did not get that in this run. Yes, let's see. If people want to follow along, I linked the guide in the Twitch chat. This will all be on YouTube soon, and I'll have all the resources linked in the YouTube description. And if you're watching this on YouTube in the future and think any of my explanations for these tricks are not enough because there is a lot to go through quickly, then feel free to ask and I'll link more resources. Because the main purpose of this run is not to explain everything, but to just have a run. So here you want to buy 2 upgrades, DK's gun and ammo belt 1, and then decline everything else because you need to save those DK coins. So yeah, be sure not to buy too many things here. After buying DK, so you do see me do these a lot, where at the top of the tree you press the A button to jump, and the timing for that is right when DK's head is starting to poke out above the leaves. You press the A button and DK will just snap to the top of the tree. I think there's something similar in Banjo-Kazooie. So you don't need to just climb all the way up the tree. we'll do it again right here. Yeah, so right there. Right when DK's head pokes above the tree, press A and you'll snap up. So, okay, this jump to this rainbow coin is actually pretty difficult on Wii U. On N64, I would recommend turning your camera facing the river to have a ton of lag. And that jump is super simple. Nice hit detection on this. However, for that on Wii U, that jump is still kind of difficult. Now, I believe the conditioner setup is to jump when the little camera icon appears in the bottom right corner, and then you want to do your aerial attack pretty late. So you see this movement a lot with DK. The kick jump aerial allows you to go furthest. So kick off the tree, jump when the camera icon appears in the corner, hold A all the way through, and then press B right before you land on the ground to get that little extra distance. And then up here, I think we will see our first dance skip with an orange. If I do it, oh, we missed, but we got it. So you can, every golden banana dance in the game is about 5 seconds, and you can save time by skipping the animation a ton of different ways. The method that works in the most locations is with an orange by damaging yourself. So right there, you know, you don't have to do it. The time save is 5 seconds minus however long it takes you to set it up. So obviously, if any setups are taking you 5 seconds, then you're no longer saving any time. So, oh, that was a split. So you're not necessarily, or I guess if you're doing your first run and learning this category, you don't necessarily need to do the dance skips if you're focused on other things, but they can be good to get in the muscle memory early. So I do a lot of them, and you can copy the setups I do for where to throw the oranges. Thanks for the sub, by the way, Melissa. I am putting the commentary first, so sorry if I ignore people. Okay, oh, I haven't even mentioned how we're able to buy all these moves with Diddy yet. So the whole point of going to Crystal Caves early was to unlock all of the Cranky moves. Well, Cranky, Fungi, everyone else. So since we've already been to Crystal Caves, we can buy all the moves in the game up to Crystal Caves. So right there, we're able to buy every move with Diddy. Right there. Even though we're in Jungle Japes, because we've been to a later level. Let's see, I did an orange dive there to dive deeper into the water faster. You just throw your orange right before you hit the water. And come up here and buy Diddy's gun. I'm gonna lose my voice quickly today. I used to talk in this much. Okay, another swim through vertical walls right here. If you find yourself not able to swim through some of these walls, when in doubt, just look more to the right. And just make sure you're not touching the control stick after leaving first person. So here you can get a dance skip by damaging yourself off of the beaver. That one's pretty straightforward. Okay, now in Trough and Scoff here, there are two easy ways to get into the boss early. What I just did there is a moon kick where you jump and mash B. I mean, you don't need to mash it too much. Just press it 2 or 3 times right before you hit the ground, and then you can do a moon kick over and go through the spot in the wall that I went there. However, you can also do a ledge clip, which the guide links to some resources on how to do that, and I will definitely be doing more ledge clips later. Some people will find that the ledge clip is easier to do at first and may not want to do that moon kick that I did. So whatever is your preference. So for this boss fight, he shoots 4 fireballs at first. and I just look at the ground while he's doing that to reduce lag. And then you want to get damaged by him right away here. And you can attempt to go put the barrel down in front of him to save some time. If you don't take damage where I did there, then he'll do a long, like, rolling around animation. So it saves a lot of time to get damaged. Like, if you aren't able to place the barrel down in front of his face, it's not the end of the world, but definitely try to get damaged there and conserve your health to not die. See, there I messed it up. Didn't even get the barrel down fast enough. That's okay. And then coming up here, we have a very important step. Yes, just like Baronade. You want to reset the game when you hear the second donk picking up the key. So, listen. So after that second donk played, I reset the game. Okay. And this will prevent the Troffenskopf portal from disappearing. So now when we visit Jungle Japes multiple hours from now, the portal will still be there, and all we'll do with it is switch Kongs. And since you reset the game, you need to turn on story skip again. Remember to do that. And then we will turn in key 1 to be able to enter Angry Aztec. Let's see. Shoutouts to Slipboy, Catherine, Warmeister, 10, Lady Romelia. Hello, everyone. Hopefully this has been helpful so far, Schlongster. Remember, everything you're saying in chat will be in the YouTube video forever, so watch yourselves. Okay, so Angry Aztec, we have the 5 golden bananas. You could skip the B locker and save a second there, but you don't need to do that if you don't want to. Oh, purple. Okay. So DK's blueprint here. You do want to make sure you pick up... I would try to pick up all of the crystals and get the 3 coins. This is a pretty difficult jump without taking damage, so you'll almost always take damage there. And then for killing the blueprint, you can either use a shockwave or the gun. Time-wise, they're pretty comparable, just don't fall off. Note that it does take 8 shots to kill Kasplats with DK's gun, so it can be helpful to count to 8 while shooting, so you know. If you're on N64, you can skip this cutscene by doing an orange clip through the wall, but I won't emphasize that since this is a beginner run. Get that rainbow coin, and we'll buy the first instrument from Candy, which also will give us the second melon. And you should only be able to afford 1 upgrade anyway. Okay, so coming up here, a little strat you can do is when you're backflipping, don't let go of the A button. Keep holding this A button as you go up the tree, and when you get to the top, you can actually do an aerial attack off that A press and get to the rocket barrel early, like that. And then, so yeah, try to kill that Kasplat with ammo, and then jump down to the switch, get this balloon, this little segment can take some practice to get the movement down. I think DK is a fun casual game. This is pretty much a casual run, right? Okay, so after you hit this switch, you want to go up and hit the top switch with your peanuts immediately. Like this, because it takes time for that tongue to come out. So during that time, you can climb up these smaller tongues before you get on the big tongue. And then walking in a straight line on Wii U is very difficult, so it's okay. If you fall, I understand. You're on N64, you're very lucky. I will point out with the controls that, you know, on pretty much every controller option with Wii U, well, with the adapter that I use especially, if you try to hold up, you don't actually go in a straight, you don't actually go forward. That's relatively annoying. So a time save here, you can do a swim through vertical walls right there. Remember to angle to the right and swim around to where the golden banana is. Let's see. I do a dance skip here, but of course not required. And a trick that makes a lot of these dance skips with oranges easier is to throw a lot of them at once, because they blow up on each other instantly. So you could just spam the button 2 or 3 times. And then for this puzzle, you see I hit the O first and went out of order. It's because the buttons are not active until you either hit the Diddy face, which is the intended way, or hit a wrong button. So you could have hit the G, N, or O at the start. You're closest to the O, so you just hit the O, and then you go K-O-N-G, spelling Kong. And that's what frees Tiny. Since you already have the golden banana, you can swim through this wall. I would angle, just keep straight, angle a little to the right, you'll end up in here, and then you can leave. This run, you really don't need to work on or worry about oranges because fairies refill your oranges. And you will get 20 fairies during the run, and fairies completely refill your oranges, so you will have plenty of oranges at almost all times. For that jump up there, for slope resets, the trick was to wait until you slide completely off and then jump back on. I guess I haven't really talked about the movement options with each Kong. So with DK, obviously I've been rolling the whole time. With Diddy, you want to do cartwheel jump aerial attacks if you have the space. I'd say you want, with the trick with Diddy's movement, with the cartwheel jumps, is you want to press the A button to do the jump after the cartwheel as soon as possible. So it's just BA. And then to maintain that cartwheel longer, you do the aerial attack to just keep it going and hold that higher speed. So the important part of Diddy's movement is to just be quick with your BA. So it's cartwheel jump instantly. And it's not cartwheel, wait a second, and then jump. You don't want to do that. But Diddy's long jumps are also a comparable speed, so I still do long jumps in some places. So here with DK, we can afford Super Simian Slam, the blue ground pound. Remember that we only have this because we've already been to Crystal Caves. And from this point onwards for the rest of the run, like I know I emphasized with DK and Japes, you only wanted to buy 2 upgrades, but pretty much every single upgrade in the game, you just buy everything you can afford. You don't need to really think about how many upgrades you're getting, because here you just buy everything you can with DK and buy everything you can with Tiny. And Okay, so we're gonna be Tiny coming up here. Her fastest form movement is the long jump. However, if you don't have space to do the long jump, you want to do kick slide jumps. They give you more control. It can change direction while in the air. No, we'll see. Well, across this gap, we're gonna do, yeah, some kick slide jump, ponytail twirls. Always kill Kasplats with the shockwave with Tiny. Never use her gun, it's very slow. And then, see with the movement, it's a combination of kick slide jumps. You don't want to let the kick slide go all the way to where it's sliding on the ground with the dust. Yeah, like that was a good one. But if you have the room and you're going in a straight line, long jumps are slightly faster. Let's see. Yeah, make sure you do hit warp 2 there. These other warps don't matter. Getting warp 3 next to Cranky was also important. Okay. Okay, so here, this is where I guess the run's weird. We're getting the Fungi Forest boss key in Angry Aztec by doing a quick kill. This saves a lot of time, so it's definitely worth learning. It's pretty easy to do. I'd say just copy what I do. So he's gonna shoot 5 fireballs here, and after the 5th fireball, you want to stand in front of the TNT barrel, pick it up, and then put it down with Z on the other side of you. So try to spin in place without walking forward too much at all. It'll be easier to just copy. Remember, 5 fireballs. You can jump when he's firing them and they'll go over you. So yeah, I spin in place, put the barrel down, and then go in front of the barrel. Maybe stand a little to the left side, but still in front of it. And when Dogadon brings, is it her arm down and hits you in the barrel at the same time, the fight ends and you get the Fungi Forest boss key. So notice the portal is still there because we haven't gotten key 2. This saves a lot of time in the route, being able to turn in key 5 early.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Dogadon quick. Yep. Oh, I completely forgot to explain banana push. So the clip to get into this room, the trick to it is to stand as far left as possible on Funky's hut, and then do a jump aerial behind the banana, land, and just walk forward, and you'll go through the wall. Yeah, so the trick to banana push is to just, you want to jump as far left as possible without, falling to the ground. And up here, we have Gobi clip from Banjo-Kazooie, except it's a lot easier. You want to not be in Strong Kong, but take damage, wait as long as possible before, wait as long as you can without taking damage again, and then do a roll into that slope, and you clip, and it's fairly consistent. If you're on Wii U, you pretty much have to cancel Strong Kong. The clip is extremely difficult if you're still in your Strong Kong. But on N64, if you're scared about dying, you could stay in Strong Kong, and the clip is still doable. It's just harder. But I remember trying on Wii U, and I was just never able to clip at all. Hey, Anne's game. Better late than never. Okay, so that movement there, you can do a little jump off the slope to cross the sand. Key 3 does not unlock any levels. It only unlocks K. Rool. So that boom blast is really easy. There's 2 spots where you can just mash A to shoot instantly. Make sure you get this balloon in the back. Okay, so if you're low on health from the clip in the 5-door temple, there's a melon crate directly below here that you can grab for more health, but I'm confident in my health to do this lava part. So you want to do a swim through vertical walls there, and you're in Lanky's area. All you do is free him, get the gold banana, and exit enter. One 11th through the run, but you don't know how long this run is. It's a surprise. Okay, so you should get to... What does our house say? Do you need 64 bananas here? Yeah, 64, 67 there. There's a third bunch on that tree if for some reason you missed DK bananas. Make sure you have 3 coins here. Make sure you get the 3 coins so that you can afford DK's instrument later. See, I did grab 2 coins in the 5-door temple. Okay, so there are... Hold on, let's explain this. So for this room, you want to do a swim through vertical walls on this left wall, coming in, and just swim back here. It's not too precise. This room is pretty big, and you can do this game where you kill the claptraps. You don't need Mini Monkey to leave. But yeah, so there are 3 main route documents for this. There's the beginner, intermediate, and advanced route. The beginner and intermediate are not that different. Like, if you already have some DK speedrunning experience or somewhat familiar with the game, know how to do some tricks like ledge moon kicks, then you could start with the intermediate route. It's not too difficult. There's not... The big differences are the DK Isles route at the start. There's a ledge moon kick in factory. I think the Fungi route is updated in the intermediate route, but it's not as that much harder. It's just minimal time save for some kind of precise jumps. But the advanced route has the hardest glitches, like DK arcade skip, piano game skip, rabbit race skip. So I would not start with that. I would practice the glitches, those tricks separately, and do them when you're good at them. And the purpose of this video is not explain in detail how to do the hard glitches. So for these gongs, make sure you do these gongs in this order that I'm doing them in. You can just chimpy charge and jump out of them right away and end on this gong, face away from it, chimpy charge, and jump. If you try to do that on the other gongs, it will not work. So make sure you do those in the right order. Okay. So now, for this sequence, we're going to initiate the vulture race by going through this ring 3 times. It's kind of stupid. And now you're on a timed portion, because this race will start when the vulture gets over to the rocket barrel platform. So you kind of need to make sure you're doing this next part fast. If you mess it up, it's no big deal. But you'll see momentarily. Hello, Blandy. So you go over here, hit the Diddy switch on top of the 5-door temple, and try to get all 4 Diddy bananas down these stairs. You likely won't be able to do this at first because it takes some practice, but you'll notice that I'm able to get all 4 here, and then a screen appears to try the race again. And you always want to say yes, even if you didn't get the bananas. You can just go get them later if you missed them there. So here, I'm going to feed the totem a couple of times during the race. You don't need to do this if you don't want to, but you can feed him 3 times during the race if you want to save some time. Since this is an auto-scroller, he always goes the same speed, regardless of what you're doing. So, yeah, that was the 3rd time I fed the totem there. You don't want to do the 4th, or else you'll fail the race. If you want, you can shoot the watermelon crate to make sure you don't land on it. After that, feed the totem 1 last time. So spend a total of 4 and get the golden banana in the ring. And right here, you go get the rest of the Diddy bananas on the stairs if you missed any. Otherwise, you can go straight into Diddy's room here. So there is a balloon to the right that you can ideally hit right away if you're not bad like me there. I think DK64 is the hardest speedrun of Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. I feel like most people agree with that. And that is the first visit to Angry Aztec. Hit these gongs, makes Big Bug Bash appear. And I remember always struggling to reach this bonus barrel as a kid. But once you learn that you can do a kick slide jump before your ponytail twirl, it makes reaching it a lot easier. So just do a kick slide jump, ponytail twirl, and you can reach it easily. Yes, the Schlongster, you only need to get 75 color bananas per Kong per level. So there are 25 you are leaving behind with each Kong in every level. This is what I consider the hardest minigame in the run, Big Bug Bash, because it is very random where the fly goes. So do your best to hit the fly. Max percent does exist. I do have a run of it on my YouTube channel, but it's not on the main leaderboards or anything, since it involves a lot of golden banana duplication. That's not really that fun. So here we need a turning key 5. Which we should have gotten from Fungi Forest. But now Creepy Castle will be open to us earlier than it normally would be. And now we're going to do this entire, like, half of the world Because if you think a DK Isle is split into the DK part and the K Rool part, we're not going to leave this K Rool part of the world now until we're completely done with it. So we're going to do Frantic Factory, Gloomy Galleon, Creepy Castle all back to back. Never come back here ever again. So since we have the monkey port already, we can use that to get to the top and then get our first fairy picture of the run. Don't fall down like that. And don't miss the fairy like that. You can do this faster than me. And this refills your ammo, oranges, crystals. So you really never need to worry about your consumables during the run since there are so many fairies. That, we are lucky to have exactly 15 to enter factory. Okay, so this start of Frantic Factory does have it's a difficult out of bounds section when learning at first for sure. So, you can long jump into this cutscene. It's kind of precise, but okay, so hit warp 2, and then there are 2 ways to clip out of bounds here. You can do an orange clip or robot push. I'm doing robot push here because you can't orange clip on the Wii U version, but basically you want to lure this robot over to that corner, walk in the corner where I did there, and he will push you out of bounds. There are more detailed tutorials on the orange clip and robot push linked in the guide. And then if you listen carefully there, you can hear the gate open above you. So Tiny has this gate blocking her golden banana in the arcade room. And by walking under it, you can open the cage ahead of time. It'll already be open when you go back there later. And then from there, the reference point to get to that lanky golden banana was just... there's this tag barrel light that you can walk towards. But yeah, that is a difficult section, so I encourage you to watch the tutorials linked in the guide to get more practice at that. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna dance get this. And then for these lanky coins, I picked that last coin up because it saves a little bit of time to not have 8 lanky coins here. If in Angry Aztec by Cranky, you only want to pick up 1 coin there, but if you accidentally picked up a second, you can avoid that coin at the top of the boxes, since right there we only had 4 of the 5 coins, so we don't need to decline the next upgrade. It just saves a little bit of time to not have to decline the upgrade if you can afford it, since there's no reason to buy the candy upgrades past your initial instrument. Oh, I didn't split. I normally split when I enter candy with Lanky. If you're following along with the splits. For Chunky, you want to visit Cranky first and then Candy to avoid what I said of having to decline the candy upgrade from having too many coins. Alright, and after you get the triangle, there's one last instrument upgrade with DK, because we haven't actually bought his yet. And you should have exactly 3 coins if you picked up the 3 important ones in Aztec. And for this balloon, I like to look up instantly and just shoot it like that. If the balloon starts moving, it's kind of hard to hit. So here, hit this switch. If you're following the intermediate route, you would do a moon kick at this point, but we're not going to do that because it's kind of hard. And just go straight into the baboon blast. In this route, you'll need to get 3 of these bunches, so you can skip that 4th bunch and go straight to the ring to finish the course. If you were doing the moon kick route, then you would need all 4 bunches in there because you're missing out on DK bananas later. So for this chunky room, there's a cool little strat you can do where as soon as possible after primate punching the switch, play your instrument, and you will kill the enemies during the cutscene for that. So then after you get the bananas, you want to jump on top of this box, and you can get a dance skip by falling down the side there. Make sure you're facing the box, so you grab it if you miss or something. In case it wasn't obvious, Chunky's fastest form of movement is the long jump. Just do long jumps everywhere you can.
Welcome to bonus stage.
And this minigame is super straightforward. Just get the 6 coins. Just gotta know where to go if you aren't used to the maze. Although a lot of these minigame courses are in the exact same shape, so kind of get used to them. There's basically 2 T intersections connect to each other with the 4 corners. Purple, thanks for the sub for 11 months. Really appreciate it. Alright, so right here, what I'm going to do is tag DK to be able to enter Mad Jack faster. And either do your ledge clip or your moon kick in. And as soon as we're in the boss, leave immediately. Because there's a long cutscene normally when you start Mad Jack, but by entering and leaving, we'll skip the cutscene later. Most of the minigames are in Snides. I don't know if Stash Snatch is in Snides. But most of them are. And now with DK, we do the arcade. This is probably one of the hardest parts of the run, if you aren't used to it. Like, the hardest parts about this game are not the glitches, some of the just intended golden bananas. So, for the 25 meter here, it is the same every time if you hit these cycles. So if you have good movement going up the ladders, you can just copy what I did there. And it's the same every time. For 50 meters, the route you take depends on the fireball here. So once you reach this Kleenex box, I go to the left if the fireball went down that ladder. If the fireball was already going to the left, I would take the right path instead. per 75 meter, jump immediately to the right there. And then I'm doing a skip here where you jump onto that platform early. That can be tricky if you don't know the timing. I encourage you to practice it because honestly, going the intended way through 75 meter is kind of hard too. We can try to learn that jump. It's just a matter of standing where I did and jumping as early as you can onto that platform so you can reach the other side. This is a very specific route I did for the first half so that you can grab the hammer and hit these fireballs. Because what I did there was clear the entire left side and then went across and killed the fireballs on the right side. And since you're on the right side there, all the fireballs will respawn on the left and you're able to clear the right side there. Optimally, you wouldn't grab the hammer and do a completely different route through here. However, this is a very consistent way to get the hammer, kill fireballs, and not have any issues with the fireballs being in your way. So definitely copy the route I did for the left side there if you want to do it the consistent way. It's very common to lose runs to arcade. It is hard. Now we do it all again. Except now all the stages are a little bit different. The barrel cycles here will not be exactly the same as the first time. But for the most part, you do have to wait right there to jump over that barrel. That barrel can be tricky to jump over if you're not moving fast enough, so just be careful. If you have good movement, you can hit that optimal cycle though. So up here, you take note of where the fireballs are at. So no fireballs went down that ladder. So after grabbing the Kleenexes, I went straight to the right side here. If for some reason the fireballs, well, not some reason, like half the time the fireballs will go down that ladder and then you would just go to the left instead. This 75 meter is the same, except these platforms are moving faster. So to do that jump, you do have to jump slightly earlier than you normally would on the first round. How do you know when the barrels will drop down a ladder? So this applies to 25 meter. The barrels, so if you hit that optimal cycle there, it's always consistent, always works the same way, but some barrels have a chance of going down certain ladders, and at that point, you don't know. So if you don't know if a barrel is going to go down a ladder, wait and see what it does and then react to it. So here, just for the memes, I tried to do the hammerless route through 100 meter. I wouldn't recommend doing what I did here because the fireballs did not cooperate and I had to get the hammer anyway. But if you were going to try to do the harder hammerless route through arcade, you would hit the platforms in the order I did there. And try not to grab that hammer, but I pretty much had to there. They were in such bad spots. And then surely you got that coin like I did with no deaths. So now we tag Tiny for Mad Jack, and we're doing, this is my first ledge clip of the run, I think. And so the trick with ledge clips is you are falling down between the space where the floor meets the wall. And the trick to them is to use C up to inch forward as little as possible before falling to the ground. And you use C up not because you have to. You can do ledge flips perfectly fine without going into first person. It's not required to go into first person. You use it to instantly stop yourself. So you tap the control stick to move a little and then hit C up instantly after to stop yourself from moving too far. And focus on just doing as little movements as possible to clip into that fine space. So Mad Jack, He does a set number of jumps per phase. The first phase he jumps 9 times, second phase 11 times here. And yeah, so for Mad Jack phase 1, I always do the same thing. You can copy that. But once you get past phase 1, well, depending on where the switch is for phase 1, the fight is no longer the same every time. So it is random. There are random locations where the switches can spawn. So yeah, I'm not gonna give an in-depth Mad Jack tutorial here. There are other videos for that, but key things to note: it's 9 jumps for the first phase, 11 for the second, 12 for the third, 13 for the fourth, and 15 for the fifth. So I would count your jumps. Get completely owned by RNG. I don't know, maybe 20 seconds max. You can try to mitigate the damage by positioning yourself in certain spots. But anyway, so yeah, Mad Jack does fast and slow jumps. You want to try to maximize the number of fast jumps he does. If he's directly next to you, he will do a slow jump. Well, yeah. And if he's not directly next to you, he'll do a fast jump. So, okay, the fight's already over. I had no time to explain anything. The first 3 phases, you kind of just want to go in a diagonal pattern back and forth because he will go in a circle. But then starting the 4th phase, Mad Jack will start to go back and forth between individual squares. He will no longer go in an easy circle. So you see me do a Z pattern there, and yeah, try not to fall. This is the cage that if you walked under it with Lanky earlier, out of bounds at the very start of the level, it will already be open for you there. It's critical that you don't leave the level at any point or else that cage will close. But assuming you walked under it with Lanky when you were out of bounds, it should already be open for Tiny. If not, you have to do the intended way and get Mini Monkey. For that backflip on that ledge there, you don't want to be right up next to it. So do your backflip from a little ways back and then hold forward into it. And then for this wheel, there is some bad hit detection, so be very careful. And I think, let's see, do I do a good job? Yeah, this is a pretty good job. If you're struggling with this at first, just hold your cursor in one spot and don't try to go as fast as I did and just wait for the correct icons to come to you. It's a pretty simple dance skip there. We just throw the orange in front of you and move out of the way, then come back. Then with a good kickslide ponytail twirl, you can make it over here and get the balloon and fairy. It is faster to do the balloon first because when you shoot the balloon, you'll already be in first person for the fairy. You can just kind of set up your aim ahead of time. Because after the fairy picture, you always are out of first person. So Lanky still doesn't have his gun yet, so we need to get this here. And we're also buying homing ammo, but just buy everything that you can afford with Lanky. and then buy everything you can afford with Chunky. So technically, Ammo Belt 2 is not required in this run, but let's see, how long does this take? Let's click count out loud. It takes... What? That was like a 5 or 6 seconds to buy Ammo Belt 2, but you literally never need to worry about ammo for the rest of the run by having 200 ammo instead of 100. So I always buy it. I think the 5-second time loss is worth it, as opposed to being careful with ammo. So Chunky Kasplats die in just 5 pineapples, so always shoot them. Sure, Ansgam. That balloon should always be in that spot. And then, really hard puzzle here. You have to hit the numbers in order. So something that I am doing is the ground pound cancels to get out of them faster. So you press AZ to do your Simian Slam, and right when you hit the ground, you press BA, B to slap, and then you jump out of the slap. Because you can't just jump instantly out of the ground pounds. You do the slap and then jump. That saves a little bit of time. I like to take this fairy picture from down here, and ideally not miss. Wow, I'm bad. Hey, fairies are honestly the biggest, the worst RNG in the run. Because you can have perfect aim and then they still move after you press the button to take the picture. There's nothing you can do. Okay, for this block tower, not much to say. Just copy the movement. You do little jumps here to go faster. Well, this is an auto scroller mini game. Don't let the fairy get eaten, and you will be optimal every time. It's easier said than done, though. Because that one on top is kind of close. So I am going to do something to get a dance skip here. After leaving the minigame, tap a little to the left, and then Simian spring up and into the golden banana. And you can also cartwheel jump off the tower there to land by the tag barrel. You can do a baboon balloon here, or you can jump over to this ledge frame and do a jump aerial into the bonus barrel instead to save a little bit of time. But for this, so this minigame is random. It is not the same speed every time. For the first slot, the golden banana is always after the grape and coconut. Same for the third slot. For the second slot, the golden banana is always after the watermelon and pineapple. And for the fourth slot, the golden banana is always after the pineapple and coconut. So the trick to this is to just memorize when the golden banana is going to appear. And you will be in good shape. But I guess the way to think about it is first and third is after grape and coconut. And then watermelon pineapple for the second. And coconut pineapple for the last. Okay, so this clip right here will allow us to get the battle crown. There's not much to say about it. You just face like I did, and then jump aerial attack into that left side of the ladder, and you will clip. There's honestly not a good setup, but it's easy enough that you can just do. I guess I haven't covered Lanky's fastest form of movement yet. So you'll see me do a combination of long jumps and orang stand jumps. So if you're in a completely straight path, the optimal thing to do is to get an orang stand and jump immediately out of it, kind of like with Diddy's cartwheel. Let's see. Well, first, shockwave this guy. I wouldn't use Lanky's gun on any Kasplats. Do shockwaves. And yeah, these, you want to jump immediately while you're going into orang stand, and that's the fastest form of movement. Front 2 Factory is done in one trip here, so you never come back. Technically, Crystal Caves has 2 trips, but that doesn't really count. Get that balloon at some point. Doesn't really matter when you do. I just get it at the start of this game here. I remember. But the pattern for this is always CBCDECA. So there's no randomness to it. Just like with DK's number game, I am doing, as soon as I do the ground pound, I do BA to jump out of it. Yeah, no RNG here. Unlike the turtles in Bubble Gloop Swamp. Yeah, so it's like Mott's Hand, except you can't just speed through the whole thing. You have to sit through all these cycles. And the poor F key we will never get to hear. Who knows what it sounds like. She should have 65 bananas there with Lanky. All right. There's not much to say about this car race. What do you even do? Do you hold Z? I consider this one of the easiest races in the game. hit the boosters, get 10 coins, don't hit the TNT barrels. That's about it. And okay, I shouldn't have said anything. Don't hit that barrel. Other than that, I guess once you learn where the boosters are, probably won't know at first. But you can press B to cheat. For some reason you're desperate and the guy passes you, you can shoot him to cheat. However, with the rubber banding, he always slows down at the end and you can always pass him, so you shouldn't need to cheat. And when he does those boosts like that, you can try to be in front of him and he'll push you, but it's hard to maintain the push for very long. Yeah, you only need 10 coins for this. 21 is way overkill. We're only an hour in, guys. This is a long run. There's a lot to learn. Thanks, Asmi. So here, this is slightly different. Hope you're paying attention. You have to tag Chunky in the lobby here. So it's not just a mindless exit enter like you normally would. Get this balloon. And then this banana bunch has a really weird hitbox. Make sure you actually grab it. And for this room, you can't get this. You can get this balloon during the fight, but you might just want to get it here to not worry about it. So for this first phase, you just want to focus on killing the enemies as quickly as possible. However, I'm going to get in position where the Hunky Chunky Barrel is. There's these two little black dots on the ground that I look for. That I'm standing on right there. So that when the Hunky Chunky Barrel appears, well, now I'll already be in it there. So the big toy monster has invincibility here, so go get your 10 bananas. You can't even hit him yet. And you need to hit him 16 times, but he has a very long cooldown between hits. So look at how long I'm waiting before going and hitting him again. If you try to go any faster, your hits will not register. So I emphasize, go slow. If you try to go too fast, your hits will not count. I recommend counting to 16 as you do this so that you can end the fight around where the golden banana appears right there. I mean, the hitbox is still bad. Even if you go slow, you can still miss. Here I do a skid jump, but there is a ladder. You don't need a skid jump there. You do skid jumps by changing directions and pressing the A button at the same time, but they're not required in this route at all. Just a little time save in a couple of spots. Might as well try them. So we're doing this part here. This is a beginner route specialty. Since we didn't do a moon kick up here earlier, the intermediate and advanced routes would do a moon kick and already would have done this room. But this is where you do it in the beginner route. Yeah, I don't remember how much the moonkick saves. I want to say 10 seconds max. I doubt it's more than 10 seconds. But that is completely off the top of my head. I did not time it. Well, I timed it way back in the day, just not recently. This is a pretty easy dance skip there. Just make sure I was aiming too far right for that first orange. That's why it exploded. Oh, I didn't split again. Okay, now for Diddy's room. The order to do these switches is listed in the guide, but they're also on the doors directly in front of you. Three, 1, 2, 4 is the pattern you want to do first. Yeah, Purple, you might be surprised to see the final time of this run, the The glitches, a lot of the tricks in this game don't save as much time as people realize. Oh, Asmi, you already know. I already got that already. And I already sent him to Schlongster. I saved the empty version of them. Okay, so I attempted to do a trick there, but failed. So you want to use your peanuts on those guys if you don't do... If you fail a trick like I did there. So next pattern is 4, 2, 3, 1. And what I'm going to do, you want to try this on all 3 phases. It's not crucial, but you want to face away from the switch and then jump at a certain point in your chimpy charge. And as you land on the ground, you want to try to play your instrument. So what I'm doing there and failed is I was trying to play my instrument as I land on the ground after jumping out of the chimpy charge. It is kind of precise because if you jump too early, you won't hit the switch, but if you jump too late, you won't have time to pull your instrument out. You know, hopefully we get it on this last one here. It saves the most time on the 3rd phase, so I jumped too early there. And then I got the instrument play there. We'll try to do that all 3 times, and makes killing the enemies faster. Those rolled up. Yeah, just tap A for the small jump. I think one of my problems sometimes is holding A too long. But yeah, just do tap A. If you hold it, you'll jump way too high. Okay, these vines involve some exclamation, believe it or not. So for this 2nd vine, you want to don't jump instantly. Try to climb up the vine a little bit, or else you could miss the barrel. If you go too fast, you can miss. Okay, Beaver Bother. Everyone's favorite minigame. Trick to this is to lure the beavers in at an angle. You go in at like a 45-degree angle into the hole. Don't mash B at all times. Only mash B when you're trying to get the beaver into the hole. Once you have your angle set up properly, then you mash B to get the beaver into the hole. Oh, Gerbs, thanks. This is pre-recorded, by the way, for those that haven't heard yet. So I am just talking here, and it's kind of nice not having to actually play the game, to be honest. Should do this more often. Okay, so production room is one giant cycle if you're optimal. However, I wouldn't be too concerned about cycles starting out. Get 60 bananas there with Diddy, no more. Switch to Chunky and get that bunch there. Jump arrow down. Hit this switch. I like to pay attention to where the arms are during this cutscene. If the arm is... Where you see the arm at the last point during the cutscene is actually where it's going to be when you warp 4 back up most of the time. And right there, I missed a banana bunch, which I normally would never do. So I'm actually going back for it. Normally, you would just go straight to the other 2. But yeah, for these last 2 bunches, always get that one first and then jump into the inner one. It makes it easiest. And for Tiny, you want to get really close to this ledge here to shoot this balloon. That can be kind of tricky. Always ignore that first platform. You don't even need to look at it. Just go to the second one. And you can kick, slide, jump up there.
Welcome to bonus stage.
And so this mini game right here, I'm not pause buffering, but the later version of this mini game in Crystal Caves, the Fungi Forest, basically require you to pause buffer on Wii U because the lag on N64 is what makes it reasonable. It goes so much faster on Wii U. So don't forget this lanky balloon. This could be easy to forget. If at the start of the level you messed up the lanky stuff and fell off the pipe or something, you could go get that golden banana and the bananas now. Yeah, getting used to the controls is tough on Wii U for sure. Again, like the hardest part is not the glitches or anything. It's just playing the game. This guy, you want to shoot him 8 times, and then go get the blueprint. And a kick jump aerial down there to get into this room. On N64, you can actually make that cycle there, but on Wii U, you have to wait an extra cycle. No, chat is sure distracting me right now. A good thing I've pre-recorded my runs from now on. Alright, that's factory. 121 done. So if you're fast here, you can get a kick jump onto that platform. There is a setup to make this golden banana fall down on you instantly. However, my camera was not far enough to the left there. Yeah, I remember Tiny Kasplats always do the shockwave, that fairy. And switch to Diddy. So coming up we have the hardest version of Batty Barrel Bandit. And this is the point where you really need to know the order of the slots. Because I know Purple was mentioning this earlier, but if you just press A when the golden banana is on screen, it's likely already too late. So this one can be hard. You do need to press A pretty far in advance, especially on the last cycle. But the layout of the slots is exactly the same between this one, the one in Factory, and the one in Galleon. So you only need to memorize one pattern. And yeah, all the Kongs will get their 5th golden bananas from turning in blueprints at the very end. So yeah, everyone having 4 is what you want to see. I would also get in the habit of checking to make sure you're picking up your 75th banana when you're supposed to. And then for battle crowns, don't feel like you need to reduce lag from the battle crown because these red and yellow timers you see on your screen are not affected by lag. So you can literally do whatever you want, and the timer still ticks down at the same speed. So don't worry about lag at all whenever you see that type of timer. And if you're on Wii U, especially, don't worry about lag. Just grab the crown as soon as you can. I don't know what movement I did here. Yeah, I wouldn't do that movement. Pretty sure I do that better in my world record. But yeah, Galleon is still closed because we haven't turned in key 2, but you want to do the swim through vertical walls on that wall there to get in. Yeah, there's 1 crown in each level. DK Isles has 2 though. Like a total of 10. Okay, now Galleon. Galleon has a lot of cool quirks about it. We glitched for almost the entire level. So yeah, I want to get 2 bananas there, hit warp 2, hit warp 3, get these 3 bananas here, and then go down and do the battle crown. Or not do the battle crown. You can do the battle crown there. It doesn't matter because they're coming back with Lanky anyway. And there's literally no difference in time. So I guess don't do the battle crown. It really doesn't matter though. Then you can try to do a dance skip there or not throw the orange too far left like I did. And this is the first case of this. You can pause exit immediately after taking the fairy picture. So as soon as you see that fairy start to go away, you are safe to pause and leave the level. The fairy is counted. As soon as you see it start to disappear. Then here, since the water's low, we're gonna do a jump. You want to jump aerial up when the water's at its peak there to get up here. And make sure you hold A to do a full jump and not just tap it. I don't know how any of those shots missed. That's an incredibly easy balloon. And I'm really bad at this cannon game because in my rail runs, I do cannon game skip and get the golden out of bounds. So I'm taking this pretty slow. This last target's the hardest one. You can aim at it when it's at its peak and shoot it right there, and it will hit it when it's at the bottom there. Ansgam, everything I'm saying is directly to you. Oh, PhD. So right here, you're gonna swim through that wall with first person like usual, and then go directly to the right and just go straight. You'll end up in the lighthouse area. Get DK, raise the water, and there are 2 different orders you can do here. In my world record, I do the lighthouse, then the baboon blast, but I'm doing this order here because on N64, it is faster to do the baboon blast and then the lighthouse because of lag from the ship. And the time save is... On Wii U, it doesn't really matter what order you do. This way, the balloon shot is easier, but it's just 1 or 2 seconds slower if you're on Wii U. But if you're on N64, definitely do it the order that I'm doing it in this run. You need to get every banana bunch in here. I take that last shot really slow because it's so easy to miss that bunch. Boneless Bacon, thanks so much for the 1,000 bits. Dang. Really appreciate it. Enjoy con cheese. So this cutscene right here, if the ship has already spawned from completing the lighthouse, because by completing the lighthouse, a ship comes out and circles the area. That cutscene is so much longer if on N64 if the ship is already out. It even adds multiple seconds of lag to the Wii U version too. However, it's not enough lag to make this route optimal. So what I did there is actually intentional. You enter the lighthouse, then leave immediately, and then go back in, and it skips a cutscene at the top. I know it's faster for Wii U. I'm rusty on my N64 knowledge. I don't remember if that's faster on N64, but I know it is on Wii U by like a second. And then for movement up here, you can just copy what I did. Okay, it's not okay. So don't do that if you're on N64. That was the Wii U only quirk. I'm using the word quirky so much now. Wonder why. There's the ship of lag. So yeah, normally there'd be a cutscene right there, but it skips it since we left the lighthouse. We got that balloon there. You can dance skip this by throwing oranges. And then there's a really easy balloon shot here. Just stand in front of warp 5, aim up, and shoot. I had terrible movement there. I literally like grabbed the ladder, and, like I was so slow and still got it. So I'm sure you guys can be faster than me and hit that balloon on that cycle. So right here, I am doing something that is not required, but I'm turning in blueprints with both DK and Tiny in order to have more time for Hideout Helm. If this is one of your first runs, definitely do what I'm doing here. I'm turning in 6 blueprints total, which adds 6 minutes to the Hideout Helm timer to give you 16 minutes. Once you get better at 101 and are more confident in your ability to do Hideout Helm in under 13 minutes, then you can skip turning in blueprints with DK. But until you know that you can do Hideout Helm in under 13 minutes, I would just turn in those blueprints there so you have plenty of time. The turn in with Tiny isn't even required because once you're at a top level, you can do Hideout Helm in under 10 minutes. But I would say I'm only like 25% consistent at doing 10-minute Hideout Helms. So I still turn in Tiny blueprints in all runs I do, because I don't want 75% of my runs to die at Hideout Helm. This blueprint can be annoying, so I just jump on his head. Those you don't need to pick up any of those bananas. The tiny banana route in Galleon is very flexible, so you don't need those 3 bananas, but you can pick them up. I guess try to pick them up. I would say it's faster if you can pick them up, but don't worry about it if you miss them. We are going to do this boss fight as Tiny in this route. Other routes, you'll see it done with Chunky or Lanky. But Diddy, Tiny, Chunky, and Lanky all have the same boat speed. Just never do this fight as DK because his boat goes slower. There is no RNG to Puff Toss. So this is a fight that you kind of just have to practice and learn where the stars are. So hopefully we have a good fight here, but for phase 1 you just You go through 3 of them there, and then turn back through that last one. I think I went through 3. See, I live in Cal. I just know where to go. And then, but all 5 on the second phase are in the same order here. Just go through them all like that. They're all on the inside. For a third phase, go through 1, back into the second, that corner for the third, and then the 4th is back where the second one was, and then the 5th is out here. Yeah, but yeah, these are the exact same every time. No RNG. You can grind this in the mystery menu to learn where they are. So the 1st and 2nd on the 4th phase are in basically the same spot as each other, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th are all on this side over here. You just go outside, inside, outside. Then you need to go all the way to the opposite side in that red alcove there. 2nd and 3rd are next to each other over here, and then 4th and 5th are in the same spot over by the red area. So yeah, this fight can be hard at first, but once you learn where they are and do this fight a bunch of times, it's kind of fun. You can try to end where the key is, but I was slightly off there. So here, once you grab, you're gonna leave the portal, go up that ledge, and just backflip immediately, and you'll always clip out of bounds like that. And then for this out of bounds movement, you just want to go parallel to the wall to the left of you and go straight. You don't need to curve at all. Just have that wall to the left directly parallel and not go towards it at all. And you can just walk completely straight and you'll end up over here. So I want to get Diddy's balloon and then the chunky blueprint and balloon. And there are 2 ways to get into the submarine down here with Tiny. I'm showing the, I guess, not as intuitive way. You can swim through vertical walls on the opposite wall that I'm at right here and just go in the loading zone, but you can also do a little, you can hold B swim to clip into the bottom there. Then just, once you clip, swim up into the loading zone. But it might be easier to just do the swim through vertical walls on the opposite side. Hit the loading zone. I can just usually do that way a little faster. Okay. So if you did void out doing that out of bounds from the Trophenscoff portal over to the submarine cactus area, I would come into this room and swim through this wall right here. There's this giant black spot you can go through and go straight and you'll end up in this area, and then you can go over to that cactus area and not worry about the out of bounds from the Trophenscoff portal. But yeah, back to this normal route. We got Tiny's blueprint, went through that wall, hit warp 2, and in here you want to get to what? 50 bananas. So depending on how many picked up by Tiny's blueprint, you may not get the same ones every time in here, but at a minimum, you need to get 50. I have 51. There's no point in having that extra. So on VC, it's pretty easy to get that ferry through the bars there. It's slightly harder on N64. There is a different Galleon route that you can do on N64 that you swim into that cage to get the ferry, but in terms of time, it's very similar in how long that route is compared to this one. That one's not even VC viable. But I'd recommend just doing this one because that ferry picture is, I think it's the most straightforward from, oh, we already got to no clip. I'm so behind. Yeah, I think that ferry picture is easiest from that banana bunch. But anyway, I did a different trick called no clip on Warp 2 there, and I'll do it again later. But essentially, if you do a backflip and hold Z as you land on Warp 2, you will use the warp and end up under the raft. So, and then you can swim through any walls. I'll explain that more when we do it again. For that minigame, you can alternate between A and B to shoot faster, and going back to neutral. You're just gonna mash A and B. It's way easier to go fast on Wii U though. Like you save it. That's one of the minigames that Wii U saves the most time on. Okay, so that swim through vertical walls into here. It's a little trickier. You want to be facing down, like at a 45-degree angle down into Chunky's, and you're going into Chunky's room, and then you do another swim through vertical walls to get to Diddy's room through the gate there. But to get into the ship in the first place, you just want to be at like a 45-degree angle downwards and slightly to the right. These vines come down on this minigame once you have every other coin. So you have to get all the ones in the water first. So get these two Diddy bunches. You can go through that wall to get back to the entrance. And that's just a straight swim a little to the left, I'd say, after you clip. So here, to get in the rocket barrel, you want to hit this balloon first, then go onto the ship. And since the switch is moving, you have to stand in front of the switch to ground pound it. And Diddy's blueprint up ahead can be very tricky since the water is high right now. But something you probably did as a kid is if you attack the Kasplat while it's standing up, your next hit will kill it. So you jump on him. I'm gonna jump aerial there while he's getting up. It looks like nothing happened, but it actually did a ton of damage. So that next time you jump on him, he will die. So that's how you kill him without getting trolled. The trick is to do that jump aerial to him while he's standing up. And even if it looks like nothing happened, it's fine. You probably did it right. Okay, so get these two bunches here before falling down. We have 90 seconds to make it into Mechfish. Now do an orange dive. Very useful in Galleon. For Mechfish, I'm going to do... there are quite a few different fast strategies for doing this. I'm going to do what I think is the easiest one. So start off by shooting the bottom switch, kill the bee. Really hit it, okay. And then, right when the timer is about to go to 91, shoot that switch. And if you do it right, you'll activate the double shot glitch, and now you can shoot that top one, the top ones while the fan is moving. And optimally, you get all those shots in there, and then you can run up to that bottom switch and throw oranges at it to finish it off. A lot of the times, you won't actually get all of the hits onto the top switches in time. And after hitting that bottom switch with oranges, you would go back over and finish off the top switches. But let's see. I don't remember. Let's see. The guide has a mechfish tutorial linked from Conditioner. There are a lot of, if you get that first shot wrong. Oh, I'm so bad at splitting today. If you miss that, the hardest part about that strat is actually hitting that top right shot when the timer flips to 91. But there is still a backup if you miss that. But that is for another video because it's really hard to just describe without showing. Okay, but for this mini game,
Welcome to bonus stage.
for this mini game, zoom in your camera right away. Very important. And follow this route through here. Zooming in the camera makes these enemies start their cycles sooner, so it's less waiting time. And once you get to this point, zoom out all the way. And you can move to the left here. And zooming out makes the enemies start their cycles later, so you can go around this guy here without getting caught. And make it to the end. That is not the fastest way, but that is a very consistent, pretty fast way of beating the minigame. If you backflip off the edge there, you can get a dance skip because there are a lot of ways to get dance skips. I haven't covered that method where if there is no ground below you, like if you're really high up the ground, you can get a dance skip. So right there, you get the dance skip by being off the ledge and there being no ground beneath you when you touch the golden banana. Right here, I'm going to do a strat to backflip while on these Baboon Bloom pads. You just press BAZ really quickly. Just BAZ. And you can backflip up those. Anyway. So Rool asks how you don't get stuck on the Ongar gate. So you do a swim through rook walls like normal, angle slightly to the right, and then you just like flick left and you go through it. So yeah, if you get stuck on the gate, just flick left, and you'll go through it. Failed that dance skip there, but you can do it the exact same way as Diddy's. Hello, Brandino. Make sure you get that 5th lanky banana there. And we're going to do this part as lanky. You can swim through that hole right there. Lanky is the fastest swimmer. I'm not an expert on the N64 cycles in here, but the cycles, I mean, the order of doing the pearls in here works perfectly fine on Wii U. But I don't know if this even works on N64. Is it okay? Same order? Okay. So once you get to this is the 4th one. You can do the swim through vertical walls out of the, what are these guys? Clams? Oysters? I don't even know. And then you can do another swim through the bottom of this guy. And yeah, so the swim through vertical walls angle for that room is, as soon as you enter it, it's directly in front of you. Okay, we're going to have another shot at explaining no clip here, I guess after the battle crown, though. Yeah. So. 2 lanky balloons back here into the battle crown. Oh, that's a good question. So yeah, this is the NTSCU version. PAL has some critical glitches patched, and you were unable to do the swim through vertical walls that you see me do all over the place in Galleon. So every time you see me go into first person and swim through a wall, you can't do that on PAL. So that has nothing to do with N64 or Wii U. Unfortunately, you won't be able to do that. Okay. So coming up here for no clip, you want to backflip onto warp 2 and don't let go of the Z button. Hold it all the way through and you'll use the warp instantly. And when coming at it from this angle, what you want to make sure you're high enough up, I believe. I don't even remember. It is possible to fail that if you're standing in the wrong spot. And then, yeah, for this, I mean, you can skip all the on-grid stuff by swimming through that wall. And then you can swim through this chest. Poor PAL runners can't do any of this. So I guess to note about this ship right here, the wall you can swim through is the wall for Tiny and Lanky's gates. And that's why we didn't just swim through Diddy's gate, because it's on the other side of the ship. Remember, you can only swim through the walls facing the north direction. Yeah, you would need NTSCU, Wii U, or N64. Get that bunch, try not to enter the barrel there. Then with Chunky, we get his 3 bunches down here. There's a giant invisible wall here. Be careful about that. I like wiggle up and down if I hit it. And this is the same clip you did with Diddy. Trick is just be angled down. Otherwise, it's like any other swimming wall clip.
Welcome to bonus stage.
And the last Batty Barrel Bandit of the run. This is the medium difficulty one. Remember, you want the gold bananas are after the grape and coconut for the first and third, after the watermelon and pineapple on the second, and after the pineapple and coconut on the third slot. Or fourth slot. I don't even remember what I said. Okay, so you'll use warp 5 here. And you want to make sure you're being quick here because you want to hit the ship cycle. You're jumping onto here and jump over to the ship. If you miss that, you have to wait for it to go all the way around again. Just walk through those. And then what I like to do here is break all of these And then the optimal strat is to pause. You do a frame perfect pause when the golden banana touches you there, but I missed it that time, so we have to watch the dance skip. Now we're gonna do a third and final no clip. So just like before, backflip onto warp 2 and hold Z. And you'll appear under it. And then DK's room is on this left corner. And if you swim right there, you'll go into it. Remember, by having no clip from the warp, you can swim through any wall, not just... You don't need to worry about first person or anything. You can just literally swim through any wall.
Welcome to bonus stage.
If you missed Banana Bunch and DK's Baboon Blast, there are 5 extras in this room to get. You want to see my hands? I don't know. What if I am playing right now? You don't even know. Okay, then the fastest way to leave here is to swim through that wall directly in front of you. And I think curve a little to the left to be safe to hit that loading zone, but it's basically a straight line. Now for DK's blueprint here, I like to jump aerial immediately and hold B to charge the shockwave, and you can hit the Kasplat from up there. No risk of getting knocked off the edge because you're not on the same plane as him. And yes, I have a RAFnet N64 to Wii U remote adapter to use an N64 controller. Guess I can show it to you. Looks like this. One end goes in your Wii remote just like a nunchuck would, and then the other end looks like an N64 controller. Okay, and now we're going to do the seal race as Lanky. So you can just swim through that wall underneath the loading zone. And instead of doing the race, we're just going to swim into the ship that has a golden banana. So just swim straight into that ship right there, and you will clip and get the golden banana. If you fail it, I like to come back over here, adjust my angle, and swim into it like that. It's honestly as simple as that. Just drive into the ship, and you'll get the golden banana. There's not much to it. It can take a while sometimes. Like, you just drive straight into the ship at that spot and you'll get the golden banana because it's hiding back there. This Kasplat can be annoying. I like to... It's kind of hard to get that shockwave off, but... You can always just hit him down like normal. I don't even have... How long has Schlongster been following me? Schlongster has been following me since April 2020. I have not ran 101 since April 2020, so I don't think he has. Okay, all that stuff was pretty straightforward. Okay, and then the last gold banana of Galleon is turning in the pearls with Tiny. And there's a cutscene skip we can do in here. So, I don't even know what, you just The golden banana that appears from the mermaid will be in the front left part of the room. And you want to swim into it before the cutscene starts. And pause as soon as you grab it. So you always have to watch this part. Just be ready to hold A out of the cutscene. Swim right over there. If you pause fast enough, you don't have to watch the like 15-second cutscene that happens afterwards. So you can swim through this wall. Get that golden banana. And to leave, you swim the wall that has the torch. Okay, and then coming up is what I consider I consider Hideout Helm early in the top 3 hardest parts of running 101 on Wii U. So be prepared to struggle with. If you're on N64, it's not bad at all, but on Wii U, this jump is difficult. Well, first get this, and then there's a dance skip you can do here. If you're standing on that part of the music pad that I am on, then you can do the have no ground below you trick to skip that dance skip. Otherwise, here, kick, slide, jump, ponytail twirl to get over here, and then as soon as you land, kick, slide, jump, arrow to get up, and then you can jump through that wall. That was a lot that I did really quickly there. It is not that easy. Let's see. Do we have a... We do have a guide linked in... Well, there is a tutorial linked in the guide for that, so I'd watch that. Yes. Because remember, the written guide for this has tutorials linked for every trick. I don't have time to go over everything here. But the lag on N64 makes getting in here way easier. Okay, make sure you get your homing ammo. I forgot to say, so we got 10 homing ammo before the minigame. Then do a death warp here to make the homing ammo respawn, and we'll get 10 more. And then you can clip over here by walking in the corner and then doing a backflip. And then if you fail it, Tiny won't backflip that high. But once you see Tiny backflip and she doesn't get stopped by anything, you just hold up and you'll go through the wall. And then you navigate over to the loading zone. So Tiny can get up slopes by doing kick slide jumps. So just kick slide jump immediately. Oh yeah. For that clip, make sure you're not holding any direction for the backflip, and you don't hold up until you've seen that you've clipped. Yeah, it's neutral at first, and then you hold up after you've seen Tiny do the backflip all the way. But yeah, for getting up those steep slopes is Tiny. You kick slide and jump right away. The number one issue people have with going up those slopes is they don't jump fast enough. Just kick slide jump immediately. And okay, you can skip Mini Monkey here by facing away from the pipe, and then ponytail twirl into it like that. Or you can get Mini Monkey, but that clip is not that hard. Didn't split again. I'm so bad. It's so hard to split when I'm not playing the game. Then, let's see. All this is pretty straightforward. You pull a lever, and go through the stars. I guess I haven't mentioned so far that with Rocket Barrel, you can hover in one place with the Z button. You do use Mini Monkey. Yeah, you use it quite a bit in the run, actually. I guess you can get 101 without Mini Monkey, but so you don't need it, but yes, you use it a lot still. Now, I'm pretty sure there's a video of how to, because you can. I'm pretty sure there's an ISG warp in a beetle race, but and then maybe another way, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I know for sure you can do an ISG warp into beetle race, the Aztec beetle race. Welcome, Dozy. I'm 2 hours late. Okay. Do the DK barrels in this order. That one on the right, then the one on the left. This barrel's kind of hard on Wii U because of the input delay. You have to really shoot far in advance. But don't miss is all I can say. And right here, I'm going to attempt to play my instrument right before the cutscene starts, which I actually got right here, except the laser doesn't go away. So you have to walk to the laser in the back left if that happens. I'm not far enough back. This will work. Normally that won't happen to you though. I assume your first couple runs you won't even get that cutscene skip, and you'll just pick up the banana medal as normal and not have to worry about that. But if that does happen to you, you can walk through the laser in the back left part of it. But you do not want to do that cutscene skip for Diddy, because the door to leave this room will not open. So only attempt that cutscene skip for Diddy, for DK, Chunky, Lanky, Tiny. Do not do it for Diddy. Usually the laser, well, I guess 50% of the time laser will go away. I believe it is a 2-frame trick where on one frame the laser goes away and on another frame it doesn't. But if the laser goes away, you don't even need to worry about that. For Lanky and Chunky, you can walk through the laser in the front right, but for Tiny and DK, you walk through it in the back left. That first Chunky barrel is complete RNG. For this is where the homing ammo comes in. Makes it a lot easier to hit those guys. Attempt the cutscene skip again here. And this, I played the instrument too early. You see the cutscene is still going. So that doesn't lose any time, but it didn't save any time either. There's a lot of tags for that. What tags do I even have on right now? Speedrun multiplayer tutorial glitched world record attempts. English action adventure game platformer. It's not. Is it right? Well, let's pay attention here. Oh, I can run a multiplayer ad break with my next. I'm not gonna run ads. Whatever that means. Anyway, these tiny barrels are straightforward. Just go through the stars. Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add. Okay, so we leave the barrel and then yeah, it's right when the barrel breaks. But you kind of have to anticipate it. If you wait until after the barrel breaks, it's too late. You have to do it right when the barrel breaks. Shake, I've had this video in the works. Well, I've wanted to do this for years now. Just finally got around to doing it. So I did get the cutscene skip there again with Tiny, out the laser going away, so I walked through the back left. Did I miss that? That was really far forward there, like, oh my god. We're terrible. That was not optimal movement. Okay, I should have edited that out. Imagine splicing a run this bad. My god, where am I going? Honestly, I was probably watching Asmi's stream when I recorded that part or something. I don't know what happened there. Jeez. Okay, this maze, you hit the switch, go to the finish line. Don't get lost. It's the same every time. Nice movement. Okay, and then for this barrel, you need to hit each of these guys 3 times. So there's 3 times with the homing ammo on each one. Because the grapes are very weak. Missed the cutscene skip there. Played the instrument too late. What a quirky thing to say, Orb Skip. It's almost better to play the instrument like too early, because then at least those enemies die. Okay, it's kind of important to look at our timer here. So if I had not turned in blueprints at all, I would have 6 seconds left and would fail Hideout Helm, but we have this bonus 6 minutes here. So I always do this left barrel first, just to use up any homing ammo at the start. This is complete RNG. One of these Kremlings will trigger the switch. Different every time. Then this barrel is where holding Z to hover comes into play. So you want to line your, just go straight up. Do not move left and right. Just go up until you're aligned vertically with these switches, because all these switches are at the same height. And once you're at the correct vertical spot, hold the Z or Z button and just spin around and hit the switches. From that starting position, do not move to the left or right at all. You don't need to. And do not play your instrument here, or else this door right here will not open. It will stay closed. So you better watch that cutscene. Yeah, I would crouch fall off that edge and not splat. And remember to do the battle crown. I guess something else to note about your timer is that if you skip turning in DK's blueprints in Galleon, you would have 3. You'd only get 3 minutes out of 6 minutes. So if you have more than 3 minutes left on the timer, you would have been safe to not turn DK's blueprints, but I would wait until you have like 4 or 5 minutes left on the timer consistently before you start skipping that turn in. This is the longest battle crown in the game, so you really don't want to fall at this point. They give you an extra splat here. This route is not Wii U only. You can absolutely do this route in both versions. Whenever there is a version exclusive little optimization here, there, I am mentioning it. But if I don't mention anything about N64, it is safe to assume it is exactly the same as N64 in all parts of the run. Just anything that N64 can do differently, I am mentioning in those specific spots. So here, this is terminal clip 2. You just jump into the side of the terminal there and walk forward. There's a link in the guide to a longer explanation for that, but it's not too difficult. You navigate under the floor all the way to this room, and you really want to make sure your camera is facing the window there when picking up the key so you don't get fake key. And then take a picture of the upper fairy there, and it will count for both. Then you can pause it, and I don't die there. You can do an orange boost off that wall, but I'm died and I'm doing it over here instead. But damage yourself next to B locker there. Fake key is where you pick up the key, but it doesn't count as being in your inventory. Like if you were to pause the game, you wouldn't have the key at all, and you wouldn't be able to turn it in again. You wouldn't be able to turn it in at all. It is a classic. Been around for years. But now we know how to avoid it. You should never get it. Just have your camera facing the window. Schlongster, gotta do 101 before we can do bingo. Okay, for Castle Lobby here, we're just getting Diddy's blueprint. And then we're also going to have the hardest B-locker skip of the run. You already had to do a B-locker skip to get into Crystal Caves. This is the same concept, except it's a little harder to get into position. So you want to be on the right side of him and get up to this wooden part, jump backwards into him, and yeah, and when you want to get to that lower spot and then slap in. Oh, Sexican. So here on N64 you could orange clip into the tree, but you can also just swim through this wall here. Go straight, surface. So go into first person. So this is a combined swim through vertical wall, swim through shores there. You go up to the tree, go into first person, leave first person, do not touch the control stick. And after you leave first person, press Z to dive and mash B. And you will go through the tree every time. So it's C up, Z, B, 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 B. And you can clip through that part. Just roll into the corner until you clip. And come over here and take this fairy picture. This is a tough one. It moves a lot. That was kind of my fault, the second shot there. And then you want to make sure you don't go back in bounds and kick jump over here. Jump over that raft for that bunch. Do not step on that raft or else you will have to watch a very long cutscene to make sure you jump over it. Hit warp 4 here, that's the only warp we need. I would actually avoid warp 5 just for optimal movement later. Now you go up to warp 2. I think this is the last part of the run where coins matter. There are 3 coins around warp 2 and you most likely need all 3 of them. It's very important that you have 7 coins at this point. So normally put you at 7 coins. Then rocket barrel up to this cloud, the bunch, and then big bug bash.
Welcome to bonus stage.
This is I personally think this is the hardest minigame in the run. Come on, look at this. You can try to chain them, just have your swatter at the bottom, and they'll frequently do the same little pattern, but sometimes they decide to go elsewhere. Like that guy. Come on, that should have worked. Okay, now from here you go down. Yeah. The tag barrel. Make sure you hit warp 5 here so you have a way back up later. And here we're gonna do a ledge clip without C up. So face away from the ledge and just do jumps backward as moving as little as possible. Which on Wii U it's hard with the massive dead zone, but you just want to do little jumps backwards until you see that you clip through the wall and then you hold up. If you don't hold up, you will clip back out. So it's important that once you see yourself clip, you hold up. If you jump too far, that's when DK was grabbing the ledge there. So if you grab the ledge, the only thing you're doing wrong is not doing small enough movements, and you want to really make sure you're not going past the spot that you'll clip. And there was also a little cutscene overlap there by shooting the switch and then picking up the golden banana. Anyway, since we have 15 banana medals, we can do jetpack now. The strat for this is to get 5,000 points as quickly as possible. So prioritize the items over the fuel, because there's a set amount of fuel and you'll pretty much always get the fuel during this. In the time it takes you to get 5,000, you'll always get all the fuels, so don't worry about getting them instantly. It's more important to get the items that are worth 250, fuels are worth 100. Killing enemies are worth 25. Until you're more confident at this, I wouldn't worry about the enemies too much, but optimally, like right here, I'm trying to get one last enemy kill to get to 5,000, but I missed it. But then, and once you get your rare coin, you can exit. Buy Super Duper Simian Slam with the 7 coins. And coming out of Cranky, you want to do a crouch fall to the right. Get all these DK bananas. I would hit warp 1 there because if you die here, it's a lot of time loss to this bat. Anyway, we do have an auto scroller minigame right here, so I think I'm gonna go use the bathroom right now. So see you guys in 60 seconds.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Wow, I haven't failed this minigame yet. I wasn't even at my controller. Yeah, Schlongster. The crouch falling in this game is exactly the same as with Solo Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. Just hold Z off the edge. So here you need to get to what, 15 bananas? There's actually more than 15, so you can cut some corners and skip like 2 of them. But make sure you get 15 bananas here, and then you can enter the dungeon. Now for this balloon, you can just shoot through the gate. For this balloon, jump and shoot through the gate. Then break these 2 gates for Diddy. See, for this puzzle, it's the same every time. The DK face is always after the lanky face. So if you're at a lanky part, you know you'd hit it 1 more for DK's face. And this is a pretty easy dance skip here. You can throw an orange at this wall. Energy Diluted, thanks so much for the sub for 3 months. Really appreciate it. For here, I like to shoot this balloon and then instantly go into the instrument play, but I missed. Now for here, there's a strat that is not that hard. If you're capable of going in a straight line, you can make it from this pad all the way across. So stand at the very front of this pad here and hold Z, or just press Z. And if you go in a straight line all the way to the other side, you will make it no problem. If you wiggle and aren't going in a straight line, you won't make it. So just make sure you're going, not taking a curved path. For this minigame, remember to alternate between A and B. And to reload, just let the stick go back to neutral. After every shot, let the stick go back to neutral, and you can constantly be reloading by going between A and B. Okay, I believe this is going to be the only moontail of the run. Okay, I do have the moontail tutorial linked in here, but basically, if you know how to do detonator levitation in Banjo-Tooie, it's the exact same thing. Right before you hit the ground with Diddy, well, first I like to shoot this balloon. Right before you hit the ground, press AB. And then once you're in the air, do another jump, and that's a moontail. So just press AB right before you hit the ground, jump, and then do an aerial attack to grab that chain. And with this route, you can't do that the intended way because you don't have sniper scope. So you do have to do that strat or a different clip out of bounds without having sniper scope, which we never buy in this run at all. So over here, you drop down to the ballroom. And then to kill the enemies in here, as soon as you step on this checkered floor, play your instrument. And go to the third black square and backflip in the middle of it before the cutscene starts, and you can get in the rocket barrel early. And fly over the 3 candles. And you can attempt to shoot this balloon here, but it's no big deal if you miss it. So you can hit it there or after the bonus barrel. So for this minigame, it is the same every time if you do the same thing every time. So you want to hold Z during the entire minigame and follow the patterns in the dock. So first thing it says is switch 6. So we're gonna switch lanes 6 times. Then it says stay. So we're going to stay in the same lane for 1 intersection. So that's the stay. That says switch 2, so we switch lanes twice. Stay 1 there, and then switch 5. So that's 1 switch 2, 3, 4, 5, and now we stay 5. 1, 2, 3. Remember, this is all in terms of how many intersections you pass. You go to switch 1, stay 2, switch the next 2, wait until you get past this one at the bottom, and then hold B to brake, and you're done. This is a very difficult minigame if you are not following the route. It's very hard to do just winging it, so I don't recommend doing that. And when I do runs of this, I literally still read off the route for that pattern. I don't even have it memorized. So yeah, get 2 bananas there. Then Tiny goes in the bottom 2. So a good place to take this fairy picture is right before you enter the race here. So get into Mini Monkey and then go step into the little hole here, and you can take this fairy picture from here because the walls go away. If you're on Wii U, you can take this fairy picture as chunky later, which is what I normally do in my own runs. But if you're on N64, you should absolutely do what I just did there. If you're on Wii U, you might as well just, I mean, regardless, you might as well just do that shot that I did right there. It's very simple. Because the trick for fairy pictures is you want to be as far away as possible, since you need to capture the entire fairy's body in that circle in the middle. So for here, this race, I am doing shortcuts. If you're not comfortable, you don't need to do any shortcuts. Like for this shortcut, you go all the way here, past the box, you will miss the flags, and then I skip that one. It is important to realize that if you're going to skip flags, it doesn't count as a miss until you go pass it in the same plane that they're lined up in. So as if you're trying to take too many shortcuts, it will not work. So make sure that if you're cutting any of these corners that you do it how I do it there. Alright, then use monkey port again here. Get this balloon. And now, well, we haven't done any swimming in a while. So swim through this wall here and then instantly hook left. And we can actually swim through the air around the entrance here. You want to stay near the land there or else you will void out and fall. Then I almost fall here. Be kind of careful with this guy. Yeah, the shortcuts in Tiny's car race save quite a bit of time. Once you're confident you won't actually miss any. And right here, you need to walk until you have 51 bananas. The number to look for. Then as soon as you have 51, you want to double back a little bit and go down here. You get to 55. And for this trash can, you want to play your instrument right away. Or I messed it up there. I tap up a little bit to land on the bunch and then play your instrument. You don't really want to fall all the way down like I did there. But you do want to get 2 packets of homing ammo and the golden banana. And we have the boss. So if you've been doing ledge clips in the bosses, you can just enter with Tiny there. But I like to do the moon kicks. So I switched to DK to do this moon kick. It doesn't matter which Kong you enter the fight with. You will always start as Lanky regardless, unlike every single other boss fight in the game. Alright, so this fight. The thing to know about where cardboard cutout appears, he will never appear in the same place twice. So right now I know there are 3 possible cannons he could pop out of, as he just can't appear in the same one twice. And I try to position myself where, you know, I'm furthest away from that 4th cannon that I know he can't be in. You can fight the Galleon boss's DK, your boat just moves slower. But yeah, it still works. So here, if you're fast enough, you can hit this cycle, but I had some bad swimming and it's kind of far away, so I did not make that cycle in time. But the same rules apply for this phase. Even though there's the darker version, he still can't appear in the same spot more than once in a row. Yes, this is a pre-recorded educational run. Okay, and then at this point in the run, you want to pay attention to where we're going to end the fight, because one of these 4 walls we can swim through with swim through vertical walls. So, and that wall is the one closest to where the ghost spawns at. And there are 2 spider webs on screen that I also look at. So I'm actually playing this super safe, and you see the ghost spawning in this cannon next to me. So I'm doing every shot out of this cannon where the ghost is appearing from. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions that you have. The point of this is to be helpful for people in the future. I am reading chat. I'm just trying to keep the conversation mostly on topic to the run. Okay, so we're gonna end right next to the ghost here, or where the ghost spawned, and now we'll be able to swim through this wall. And by swimming through the wall, we will pick up the key instantly. Is Rool an alligator or crocodile? That's what Wikipedia is for. Yeah, he's a crocodile. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so you can swim through this wall directly in front of you. Angle a little to the right like usual, and you pick up the key, because it warps you back to the center of the stage. Wow, that was a bad splice. That loading zone is normally longer. Oops. Anyway, if you lost Lanky during that fight, you're going to need to tag him again before coming in here. But I have to kill 2 enemies there, stand there, shoot 2 homing ammos, kill the remaining 2 enemies, stand there, shoot the 3rd homing ammo, and that completes the room. But it is important to note that if you do not have sniper scope, which this route doesn't get, you need homing ammo to beat this room. So you need to get the 10 homing ammo with Tiny. I did not fail Beaver Baller. This was definitely a first take Beaver Baller. I may have redid the factory one once actually. No, the castle ones are easy. So, like before, their angle at about a 45-degree angle to get these beavers in the hole helps to, you know, you don't want to be lazy with the B presses. Actually mash B when you're trying to get them in there. I find that it helps. And it helps once you get in this rhythm, because I don't like it when they get all clogged up. There's too many. All 4 of them are right there. Yeah, so you can charge a shockwave in that by gaining control of Lanky as the claptrap. But that's kind of hard to get, and I wouldn't recommend beginners going for that. But it's something you can do. And I've done in glitchless accidentally. So you drop down where that crystal is. And then don't miss that barrel. Come on. And follow the bananas. This maze isn't too complicated. It's okay if you miss some bananas because you have to go back through it anyway. To the battle crown. Yeah, let's see. I think I'm gonna take a snack break during this battle crown because I have nothing to say. I'll be right back. I mean, this is the part of the YouTube video where everyone's just going to be skipping through it anyway, so. Thanks, Energy. Yeah, that's my little pre-decorated Christmas tree. My first ever Christmas tree, living alone. Alright, then you go down after finishing the battle crown and leave. So here you can do a crouch fall down the blueprint. I think I do something slightly faster here, a jump aerial that you can charge as you fall to do a faster shockwave there. It's actually kind of precise to do that without splatting, so you can just do a crouch fall like that. Let that charging the aerial in advance saves a second or two. And then there is a slightly faster strat you can do in here, but I'm not doing it. You can watch my regular world record for it, but you want to hit that switch and then get into the lanky barrel right away to overlap the cutscenes, and you go through the path, and you can just make this jump to the gold mana super easily. Don't cancel your rank stand sprint until now, and shoot the blue. Thanks, Wazuri, for the tier 3 sub, 45 months. Can't believe it. Make sure you get to 75 bananas here. There are a lot of extras if for some reason you're short. And get Yeah, jumping that gap is super easy. Just, you don't want to get caught on the wall. That's the only thing that could possibly go wrong. Yeah, get that tiny balloon, and then I am going to do a skip in here. So you can absolutely do Tiny's room the intended way if you want, but it saves quite a bit of time to throw an orange and damage boost across. So you stand here, throw an orange at that wall, get hit so it boosts you towards the golden banana, and then I do a kick slide jump, ponytail twirl to the golden banana. I'd say the most important part about that trick is throwing the orange in the right spot so that you don't throw it too far, so that you have enough space to get in front of it and get boosted towards the golden banana. But again, that is not a trick you have to do. It's completely optional. You can do that room the intended way if you want. I normally chain the balloon and switch there. I don't know why I jumped down to hit the switch, but make sure you hit warp 1 here with Diddy. Is your way out. We have a very complicated puzzle coming up. You need to hit these switches in the secret code that I believe is 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's a balloon back here, but just take out your guns, jump, and you can shoot through that wall. No problem. All right, and then let's see. The DK section coming up here is definitely it's pretty straightforward. I'm gonna eat some more Cheez-Its. Oh, you know this is staying in. I'm not doing any cuts to this. Do you think I actually edit my YouTube videos? I take them straight from Twitch. This isn't getting edited at all. Yeah, you have to pull these levers in this order. Front left, front right, and then the back left. I don't have the money to pay 20 YouTube editors to put out daily highlight videos for me. Anyway, DK's minecart, we need to get 25 coins. So this isn't that bad. But this course is kind of just knowing where the obstacles are, learning where the gravestones are, when he's going to hit you. One little thing I like to do here is hold R to look backwards. There. right before the camera changes and you're already looking backwards, I hold R all the way through that entire sequence. On N64 it does reduce lag to look backwards. But when you are looking backwards, you need to flip the direction you're holding on the control stick. So normally you hold forward the whole time. You need to flip it and hold down, which is back, when you're looking backwards. So on Wii U, you don't need to worry about the lag reduction, but on N64, you do want to look backwards as much as possible. But that's very hard to do in these sections where you're needing to dodge all the obstacles. Just do not look backwards right here, or else this cutscene, like, you get stuck. The cutscene takes like 15 seconds longer or something really stupid. Most lag-based clips are impossible on the Wii U version. It is still possible to generate some lag on Wii U. However, just about all the clips are not possible at all, and it's only like in super laggy areas that you can kind of get away with some orange clips. They're still not easy. But like I've timed looking backwards in these minecart rides on Wii U, and it's literally no time saved from lag reduction. So yeah, through that section I'm holding R and to look backwards. But even though like lag reduction is not important on Wii U, you still will see me doing lag reduction at times just for good practice. And it's like, if you are on N64, you reduce lag like this. Sort of thing. Yeah, I do think that this Disneyland stole that ride from Donkey Kong 64 for sure. Okay, Chunky's the last one in this area. You don't need to hit any warps or collect any bananas with Chunky, just straight to the golden banana. Hit this switch from the top of the steps there, and the bonus barrel is behind this wall.
Welcome to bonus stage.
This game is just important to lead your shots. You can try to go for some fast shots like I do here as they're spawning, because they kind of spawn in similar spots every time. But otherwise, you need to... They take very circular paths. So keep that in mind when you're leading your shots. Wait, what do you mean for a half-second delay for what? Okay, so here we're going to go back and swim into the tree again. You do this exactly as you would have with DK. Up here, C up once you surface, C up once to go into first person, C up to go out of it, and then dive and mash B. I have to take out my gun as I'm walking into this cutscene and then look straight up left, coming out of it, and you hit that balloon. Low sparked ambition. And then if you walk into this corner here and look up, you can shoot this switch without sniper scope. And do the last beaver baller.
Welcome to bonus stage.
So if you do get beavers stuck on the wall, it's really hard to get them off the wall. So just go to the opposite side of the map and they will leave the wall themselves. Don't try to bother the beavers when they're stuck on a wall. Just move on to a different one. Oh. I don't know, some things in this game are just weird. Yeah, there are multiple things in this game that, yeah, you hit them and it takes half a second to break. I don't know. So climbing this tree and doing this jump saves like 2 seconds. You can just go up the ladder too, but going to warp 4 it saves like a second, I think. When you enter this room, play your instrument immediately to kill the bats, and then you want to break the box and not use the Grilligon pad. So break the box and then just go straight to the homing ammo. And you'll want to pick up all 20. And then I have to stand in a spot that's setting me up for a dance skip, shoot the balloon, and then throw an orange directly in front. Then for the museum, let's see. I like to shoot the balloon from here, actually. I don't in this run, but you can shoot the balloon from there. I normally do that. But hit these 3 shields in this order. The order matters, fun fact. And kill as many ghosts as you can, because hitting this balloon with homing ammo can be annoying. And if you have all these ghosts around, it's hard to hit it. So like I'm intentionally killing this ghost here before shooting the balloon. Because you need to save some homing ammo for Angry Aztec. So don't go just shooting all of your homing ammo there. Definitely don't want to go below like 10. That, everyone has 4 golden bananas, and we're done with castle. Yeah, it's very inconsistent in this game, where some rooms you can just use your instrument to kill the enemies when the entire point of the room is to kill the enemies, and other rooms where the point of the room is to kill the enemies and you can't use your instrument. And it's like, okay, that makes sense that we can't just cheat the room by playing the instrument.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Yeah, I believe for the toy monster fight in Frantic Factory, it takes 16 hits for it to die, regardless of which chunky attack you're doing. Okay, and then for here, this is a minor time save. You can. Oh, okay, it does do. Okay, yeah, it does. Yeah, I don't actually know how many hits the toy monster takes to die with Pirate Punch. Because against Dogadon 2, you can get similar DPS out with the Primate Punch as just the little punches. Like, it's not that much worse. Anyway, so you need to turn in keys 8, 3, and 4 here. I like to turn in keys 8 and 3 while I'm running over to the switch. But when it's time to turn in key 4, you don't want to be in that bottom part of the room there, because turning in key 4 starts a cutscene and will teleport you back to the entrance. So only turn in keys 8 and 3 on your way to the switch. I forgot to mention, for the Lanky's Golden Banana outside this island, I do a weird swim through vertical walls where I go out of first person, and it's kind of like the one in the tree where you dive and mash B just a couple of times to go through that wall. And yeah, that was the final key turn of the run. So keys 8 and 3 are what make K-Rool's ship appear. So you see when turning in key 4, the ship is already there. And yeah, we'll never actually turn in keys 2 or 6 or 7 because they're useless to us. Keys still contribute to the percentage counter, so we gotta get them. Anyway, you can rank stand up this slope. Shoot one shot there. Remember, you still need your homing ammo. And then we're gonna use the homing ammo during, what is this? What do you call this? A mini boss fight? This isn't really a fight. There's no music. It's very uneventful, but the homing ammo makes this a lot faster. So you basically go into first person and shoot kind of as soon as possible. You still need to vaguely aim in the right direction. Like that first shot was too early, but you hit him 5 times. So 3, and then for this 4th shot, I shoot 1, and then shoot a bunch of shots delayed, so that you can get a double shot on him there. And I aim away from it on the, so that it takes more time for those shots to reach it. And then at this point, you don't need homing ammo anymore. So it's okay if you wasted all that homing ammo in there, because that's what it's for. Okay, so going out of that area, make sure you have 17 bananas. Oh no, 19. Right? It's 19? I don't know. Whatever I had. I think it was 19. I get 17 before the crown and then 2 more, I think. And we're going to do a clip with Hunky Chunky here. So you just walk into this cage and jump and hold forward.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Yeah, you just walk into it, jump and hold forward. It's amazing how just running in circles during some of the battle crowns, you still manage to fall off. So this minigame, it's pretty straightforward. You kill the enemies, don't get hit. Okay. Okay, so coming up is going to be Beetle Race Skip. I would rank, of all the glitches I do in this run, this is actually higher up on the list in difficulty. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing Beetle Race Skip on your first run. However, it isn't too hard, and if you want to learn it, go for it, but you definitely don't need to do this. It only saves like around 15 seconds. So you can just do it the normal way, collect 50 coins, beat the beetle, and be fine. But if you want to learn the skip, you can use this as a reference. Thanks, PTR Striker, for the 23 months of subscribing. Really appreciate it. So the trick to the skip, well, if you're not doing the skip, you want to whack the beetle at the start here. But if you're doing the skip, you kick slide, jump aerial right at the start here, and then you hold Z this whole time and keep doing kick slide jumps. As long as you're holding Z, you will not start sliding. And you just kick slide jump down this slope until you get to this point, and keep holding Z and do a crouch slide off the edge. If you let go of Z at any point, you will start sliding and fail a trick. This isn't the most optimal way to do the skip, but it's the easier version. You just land there on the slide, and now I did not move the control stick at all during that fall. You just fall straight down into the slide here, and then you ride it the rest of the way. Get to the bottom. You can hold Z to do a little faster crouch zoom there, and jump in the golden banana. That's how you do the skip if you want to do it. Otherwise, collect 50 coins in the race. Wow, Conditioner, nice Among Us emote. So since I went out of bounds for that race, it no longer thinks I'm in the race, and you can just walk up and grab the golden banana. Commissioner, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate it. Okay, so this fairy here is lanky, very important. because we are going to get skew for the first time in the llama temple here, and you can't take pictures of fairies while in skew, so you need to get that as lanky there. And I debated on whether or not to actually put skew in the beginner route, but we need to get skew anyway in Jungle Japes and Fungi Forest, so why not have a third skew in Angry Aztec? There is a link to how to do gun skew in more detail in the written guide. I'll do my best to explain it here after this minigame. It's not too difficult once you know what to do, but it can be a little tricky at first because there's multiple steps to it. Basically, skew will put us in a modified state where our hitbox is shifted and we can walk through pretty much any wall. And it makes it very handy for getting out of the room where you freed Lanky as Lanky without having to get rid of the lava, since there's no easy way out of that room. So right here, I like to spam R as I get out of here to change the camera, and then we're going to take out our gun and hold Z off the edge with the gun out and go into first person right when you hit the water. If you miss that, it's not a big deal. You will have to go and do a backup gun skew, which how to do that is linked in the guide. But you want to swim with your gun out over here. Dive, hold, you hold down, right? Yeah, you hold down to look up. And then do not put your gun away. Shoot the balloons, but you need to leave first person and do not put your gun away until you're out of first person and in skew. So now once you're in skew, you are no longer allowed to do jumps. No regular jumps with A. You can still backflip. You can still long jump. You can do orang stand jumps. You can do kick slide jumps. There's no regular jumps. No fairy pictures. No holding A as you land on the ground. So watch your ponytail twirls. Especially over here. It's like when you're doing this ponytail twirl, make sure you release A before hitting the ground. Yeah, you can just cross this lava. Don't worry about the platforms that are normally here. Yeah, just make sure you aren't pressing A to do normal jumps. Only kick slide jumps or backflips. Or long jumps. If I use warp 2, I need to get this tiny balloon. This purple claptrap is often in the way, so try not to get hit. B attacks are still fine, but don't jump out of them. Kill one enemy in here, that one on the right, and then hit that switch. Remember, you can't jump in ground pound, either do a long jump ground pound or a backflip ground pound. And then this puzzle is the same every time. So I just learn the order. There's a little cheat sheet in the written guide too. And then walk to the left where this golden banana appears. And you want to walk through this corner over here where the ammo crate is. It's pretty much a straight shot from the corner, but I would angle a little to the left to be on the safe side, because if you go too far left, you just go in bounds and everything's fine. But if you go too far right is where things go wrong. At this point, you can lose skew now. We're all done with it, so feel free to jump, and we will lose skew automatically as we go through the loading zone. If you lose skew at any point in there, it's not the end of the world. You can just do things the intended way. The most important part of it is using it to get out of the room where Lanky's balloons are. Once you get past that point, you're fine. But obviously don't lose skew because it saves a lot of time. See, for Lanky's room here, you can just jump and shoot without moving, and you'll always hit that switch. I like to go to the right here first and look straight up and hit this balloon. And go right again. And we get another big bug bash.
Welcome to bonus stage. Well done! Get out.
Okay, so for Tiny here, you want to get 3 bunches, these trees, and then there's actually going to be a fairy inside this temple here, and I'm going to do one of the only things in this run that is Wii U exclusive, and you can't do on N64. I'm going to take a picture of this fairy through the wall. So on Wii U, you can walk up to this spot, take a picture of the wall, and you'll get the fairy every time. On N64, this does not work. You have to get into the mini monkey barrel and step into the little hole and take the picture. So, but it does save time on Wii U to just take the picture through the wall like that. And since you're so far back from the fairy, you will pretty much get it every time. Since you're essentially taking the picture right as the fairy starts moving. And it won't have time to move away from you if you're fast. And we get these 2 bunches. And now we're going back into the Angry Aztec boss again and getting the real key 2. Since we got key 5 a couple hours ago. You want to do this as chunky. The ledge clip again. Remember that you want to use C up to stop your movements. So inch forward to tap the control stick as lightly as you can, and then immediately press C up to stop your movement. And if you're doing small enough movements, you will clip through the ground. And this cutscene won't play since you already watched it earlier. And this is basically just damage him as soon as you can. There's one strat that you can note what I'm doing here is jumping as soon as she starts to shoot fireballs, and they'll just go over because they'll target the peak of your jump, and go over your head by the time you're back down. So you don't really need to worry about dodging them, as they'll just always go over you. And the explosions happen off screen too. And then I don't like going for a super fast strat on that last phase, because you can get a fake key again where the key doesn't spawn. So I don't stand under her and just throw the barrel. Okay, and for this final room with Chunky, doesn't matter which way you take. Start here, end up at the same spot, but then I have to go right first in this second intersection. Then you get 2 balloons here. Get that, and then pretty easy to come over here and then just shoot this balloon right here. I was actually too fast there and missed it. I mean, DK64 was the first game I ever speedran, so I would recommend it. I turned out okay, I think. I mean, if you love the game, you'll like speedrunning it. I'm kind of making this video right here showing how to get 101% as a beginner if you have no speedrunning experience, so.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Although you don't have to start with 101, of course. You can start with a shorter category. Hello, Tenderloin. Remember that for golden bananas where your pause exiting on, you can try and do a frame perfect pause as you grab it, and you'll see the golden banana numbers pop up on the left side of your screen if you got the trick. But it is like frame perfect, so I don't get it every time. For this vase room, you want to go in the clockwise order. So put the O down first. And the platforms that you can put these vases on are very, very wide. It is not precise at all. As long as like any part of the vase is touching the platform, you'll be good. Then to get up here, you can do a long jump up this slope. Okay, and then we are going to do a glitch to speed up this minigame with Chunky. So first, grab 1 banana here, kill the 2 enemies, collect all of these bunches that were, you know, very thought out where to put 25 chunky bananas all in one spot there. Swim through vertical walls here, go up a little bit so you're not below the room, and normally you would pick up that banana, you'll get 75. I want to be on the left side of this door here, look completely straight, and then swim through walls, hold A, and you will swim straight into that banana. If you miss the banana, you will have to do that minigame. I mean, there are some backups, but honestly, the backups are harder than the trick itself, so just do the minigame at that point. Banana 102. And this is a meme jump, but with Chunky, it's not too bad to make. Then if you did the beginner route at the start, you won't have that DK Golden Banana yet. But the intermediate and advanced routes, you get that DK Golden Banana at the very start of the run. But if you're getting it right now, like here, you go up to this right side wall and just spam some oranges right here to damage yourself, and then you can roll across and get the banana. I actually got what is normally a task strat right there, where I released the shockwave right as he damaged me, and it made the skip the shockwave animation and still killed him, so that's kind of cool. Okay, and now Crystal Caves. This route kinda revolves around a cutscene skip that's gonna occur in a little while. So, you want to try and go fast and not watch the giant Kosha cutscene. Hit warp 2 here. If you don't go fast enough, you will have to watch the cutscene right here. But the hardest part, you can make it to this rocket barrel, and then you have to hit warp 5 here. You don't need to kill the Kasplat. I like to shoot him to get him out of my way. And then you want to make it back to that rocket barrel before the cutscene starts. And so right there, the cutscene hasn't played yet, so I'm good. But you do want to take note if you have to watch the cutscene there for later. Because then you'll no longer do the cutscene skip if you've already watched the cutscene, because there's no cutscene to skip anymore. So for Mad Maze Mall, I just like to shoot peanuts at everything. And actually hit all 8 shots. So remember, it's 8 hits to kill with DK and Diddy's guns. And then fly over to the Troffenskopf portal above DK's room. Do your moonkick or ledge clip. And the start of this fight is going to be just like the one in Jungle Japes, where he just shoots 4 fireballs and you can stand in one place and look down and do nothing. So, see up, look down, wait for the 4th one. And then just like the first fight, you still want to get damaged as soon as you can here without standing in his way. Like if you get damaged and where you land is in front of him, he'll actually get stuck on you and you lose time because he's unable to squish you or go around you. But here, I like to pick up the barrel and put it down in front of him, again, like we did in Japes, so that he'll get hit immediately after he's done firing fireballs here. He shoots 9, if you want to count, and then he'll shoot 11 fireballs on the next phase. But get damage right away again. And I guess on N64 you can lag reduce here. Put the barrel down and wait for the 11 fireballs. Now he does 3 shock waves, and then we're going to pick the barrel up again here, but the end of this fight is slightly different. So still put the barrel right in front of where he stops. Now he gets the Mega Super Rocket. And he shoots 6 fireballs here, and then I like to... Then you want to get damaged by the giant missile as soon as possible. So I just jump on the barrel and do a backflip. And you can usually get damaged towards where the key is about to land. But all you're left to do there, just get hit by the missile and the fight ends. If you put the barrel down in the right spot. So I'm going to do a moon kick in here, which you don't have to do at all. You can do this puzzle the intended way, but if you want to learn how to do ledge moon kicks, you jump and then press B right as you land on the ground there, and you can moon kick up here, jump aerial, backflip, and grab the golden banana. I do think that's a pretty hard moon kick to get the timing down for, so I wouldn't necessarily go for that your first run. I mean, it's the timing. Once you've done it hundreds of times, you just know the timing. And it's not a complicated, you don't need to press a lot of buttons. It's just you jump and press B twice right before you hit the ground. So in theory, it sounds easy. It's just getting that timing down with the B presses so that it is right before you hit the ground. But again, you know, you don't have to do that moon kick. You can just do the puzzle. I'm playing this risky, like living on the edge. Okay, and then at this point, I'm gonna get chunky, use warp 2. And then swim through vertical walls here. I guess curve a little to the right and you'll end up in this room and jump out of the water. So now, if you haven't watched the Giant Kosha cutscene yet, you can do a cutscene skip here by going to warp 2, and as soon as you start to hear the music play, press the Z button to use the warp. So I heard the music start, I used the warp, and that skips the cutscene. Just warp back. If you were too slow at the start of the level and have already watched the cutscene, don't bother doing that, because the cutscene only plays once. But that saves 3 seconds using warps instead of watching the cutscene. I should have grabbed that banana there. You need to grab 2 here. And hit warp 4. 3 more bananas. Now notice rocks are gonna fall, but no cutscenes playing. Hit warp 1 and 3. You don't need to worry about the tiny bananas. You'll get them later. And you swim into that wall closest to the tag barrel for this igloo, and then Tiny's room is directly across from where you swam through the wall. Remember to do your ground pound cancels in here with B then A to make it easier on you. Yeah, this guy respawns super quickly, so it can be annoying if you don't do this room very fast. Get the balloon and fairy. And then go on top of the igloo here. Jump over to this little pillar and jump over here. And you want to go to this corner and do it. It's like a ledge clip. You need to jump into the corner until you get pushed. See, I'm actually not... I'm going too far there because I'm not being pushed. You need to jump to the right there until you get pushed. And I'm actually losing a lot of time. And there I got pushed to the left. If you don't see Tiny get pushed to the left, you haven't actually clipped in. Anyway, I like standing on the warp when shooting that balloon, so you can just mash Z after doing the shot to use the warp. And then this is the first minigame. We need to cheat and pause buffer on the Wii U version. On N64, you don't need a pause buffer. That was too late of a pause buffer. So as soon as you see where the golden banana is, pause the game, and then you can hold the direction as you're unpausing to hit the golden banana. The game lags enough on N64, you can surely use your quick reaction time, no problem. For that dance skip, I walk forward a little bit, throw the orange, do a big jump. There you'll get the bananas you missed earlier. And then switch to Lanky and swim through the same wall here closest to the tag barrel. And Lanky's room is the closest one to your left. For this room, you can skip killing the enemies just by doing a backflip up there and you can grab. Just don't be all the way up against the wall. You'll notice right here as well that when you do these backflips, you don't want to be all the way up against the wall. You want to backflip and hold forward, and then, or else if you start all the way up pressed against the wall, you will rotate during the backflip and not grab the ledge. Okay, and then here I like to shoot this balloon right away here to make the rock cycle easier on us later. So just be careful, get as close to the ledge as possible and hit that balloon. And then in here, I like to charge a shockwave pretty quickly here to kill this enemy. Since it's hard to get your baboon balloon inflated in time without him hitting you. And then don't miss the banana like I did there. Yeah, that can sometimes hit you all the way down in the river, so don't get hit there. I like to shoot this balloon first, since it's usually in a good spot right there, and then a shockwave. Come over here, and then line yourself up with this bright plank to the right of the door, and backflip. You want to face... This is opposite of what I said earlier. You want to get all the way up against the wall, then face outwards away from the wall, and then do your backflip, and Tiny will rotate in the air and grab the ledge correctly. So it's important to face away from that wall there. And the position matters. You don't want to be too far left. Yeah, for this room, I kill all of them except that guy, and then kill him last, line myself up here, drop there, grab the ledge. You can get that golden banana as it appears, and skip the cutscene. That room is honestly really fun to do once you can do it quickly. I guess the trick is to leave that one claptrap on the left for last, so you can hit him and then get in position for the cutscene skip. So for this room, you hit this switch first, then this one, and then quickly get out of the way. You can hide in this little corner here without getting caught, and then quickly make it over to the Gorilla Gone pad and...
Welcome to bonus stage.
Not get caught at all. That's pretty straightforward once you know where to go there. But again, if you're going too slow, you won't make those cycles. Then for DK, you just walk off the edge here and can play your instrument immediately. There's a couple different ways to do this room. Say the safe side is to grab both sets of homing ammo, and then shoot all of them. Sorry, I did miss one in the corner. I did a lot of spamming of the shots there because they were all in one spot, but I would try to spread your shots out more so they're not all going to the same place. For Diddy, you can grab that ledge by not being pressed up against it, and then That balloon should be on a good cycle. And here, play your instrument immediately. And get in position for where the Simian spring pad is about to appear. Just like before, you light the 3 candles. And then a fairy should appear when you pick up this golden banana. However, sometimes the fairy doesn't appear, and if that happens, you have to leave the room and then come back in. But fortunately for us, we do have a fairy today. This is not glitchless, but this is with the beginner route, so any glitches I do are not that difficult and something that I expect a brand new speedrunner to be able to do with a little bit of practice. So for this room, I'm not doing it the optimal way I normally would. A slightly easier version that's a second or 2 slower, but pick up these 2 bananas, then you can backflip up here, hit him, and then I cartwheel jump aerial, and you hold the aerial to charge the shockwave, and you can just release it on those guys in the middle and kill all of them at once. And then at that point, it's just throwing oranges at the remaining corners of the room. And yeah, make sure you have at least 42 bananas leaving here. And you could get away with 41. And then you can actually charge your shockwave through a warp pad. So that B press that I did there, you keep holding B through the warp, and as soon as you warp, let go of B, and you'll kill like a splat. Okay, this minigame is embarrassingly easy. All I'm gonna do is shoot the balloon, and if you're doing your ground pound cancels with B than A, you can hit these tiles way faster than the ice tomato guy. None of this is necessary. I'm gonna get some water. Oh look, I've already caught up to him. So you can set up a dance skip here by standing about there. I think this one saves like 0.3 seconds, because you could just stand in the middle and pick up the golden banana instantly. You know, you want that 0.3 time save from that dance skip. Okay, and here I'm going to do another beetle race skip, which of course you don't have to do. I think this one is... I'd say this one's easier than I don't know. The Aztec one is so easy now. I guess the Aztec one is easier, but this used to be easier than the Aztec one. So, again, you don't need to do this. You could just do the race as normal, collect 50 coins, beat the beetle, easy enough, although... You can walk into this corner, go out of bounds here, do a long jump around there, and just fall. The only thing I do to the control stick, I usually tap left a tiny bit and that's it. I just leave it for the rest of it. This is just a straight shot down into the golden banana. And as soon as I see the room load below me, pause, adjust position, and fall into the banana. But don't feel like you have to go for that trick right away. You can just do the race normally. That does save like 45, 50 seconds, I think. So I want all the bananas out here. And this is the same wall we've been swimming through to enter the igloo. DK's room is the closest one to your right. And now there are many ways to skip this maze. I'd say the easiest and fastest way is to line yourself up as far left and back on that door frame as you can. Jump and press, or kick, jump, aerial into the maze there, and then you walk upwards opposite of where you think you would, but you'll get damage backwards into the maze and you can walk the rest of the way through it. If you fail that and get hit, you can die. And then immediately as you come back into the room after a death, you can play your instrument. And playing the instrument will make the maze not move anymore. And you can just go walk through the maze as normal and the maze won't move. But that is a backup if you are struggling with that kick jump, is you can just play your instrument after a death, and the maze will no longer move. So if you fail this Baboon Blast, after collecting 10 bananas, you can take the middle barrel at the start to catch back up. And if you fail it after collecting all 20 bananas, you can take the leftmost barrel at the start to catch back up, because you do have 3 choices at the very start of this course, but the far right one is what takes you through all of the bananas. But like if you do fail it right at the end, there is a shortcut to get back if you have the bananas already. This mini game is actually very difficult on Wii U, at least when starting out for sure, since they just respawn and run at you so quickly. So you really need to be on your toes for this and don't lose focus. Because that guy on the bottom, if you're not looking down at him, he won't even be on screen. You just have to know when he's going to appear. Okay, and then this should be bananas 75. What did he hear? You could just jump in the rock barrel and go to warp 4, but I'm gonna do a little slide off the edge here at that spot, and you'll land on warp 4. It's pretty simple, but if that's scary to you, there's literally a rocket barrel right there, and you can use that instead. Don't be like me and actually charge your shockwave correctly. Make sure you have 65 bananas leaving this room. That's very important. Yeah, and then also, if you're off with the crouch fall onto warp 4, you can backflip out of your crouch to correct yourself. So I guess a minor optimization for this room. If you paid attention 1 minute into this run, it said to hold B in the barrel and training grounds to pick up the barrels slightly faster. And I'm doing that in here again, except I'm doing the cartwheel jump aerial attacks, except instead of holding B out of the aerial attack, which would normally charge your shockwave, I'm pressing B a second time to cancel the shockwave, but still holding it so I can pick up the next barrel immediately. So, minor optimization you can do in there to maybe get a 1 second higher time than you normally would just by not holding the B button. One final swim into this igloo, into the same wall as usual. Chunky's is going to be the room directly in front of the igloo with his golden banana. So you see those chunky bananas over there? Just go into the room in front of that. You know it. Just line up the chunky stuff. Yeah, when you hold B, you grab the barrels as early as you can. To get this balloon at some point in here. I'm pretty sure it takes 5 hits for this rabbit to die. So unlike Crispy Bacon and Banjo-Tooie, you can, if you don't like this rabbit, you can let him take a few hits. It's perfectly fine. Make him suffer. I like to line up over here for a dance skip, though. And just mash some oranges. This Kasplat can be annoying to hit with ammo, so be careful. And then to clip into here, the easiest way, go to this wall, wait for the water to be at its highest, and then jump aerial attack, and you will go through it. If you're on that correct wall, and you jump when the water's at its highest, you will get that every time. Okay. So now we'll finally get the first fairy in the game. PhD here for every fairy picture. And then to get into this gold banana, we're going to do a swim through shores, which again, you dive and just mash B, and once you're completely through, you can stop, and then you can pretty much just swim straight up into that gold banana. You're usually in the right spot. This dance skip is completely optional. It doesn't save a whole lot of time, and I kind of fail it a bit there. You don't need to do that. You can just grab the gold banana on top of the island, but it saves a little bit of time to swim into the island and jump from the bottom. For this music pad, I like to press C right twice as I'm walking over to it, and this will make the gold banana land on Lanky instantly, because where Squawk drops these golden bananas from the music pads are entirely dependent on your camera angle. I probably should have mentioned that 3 hours ago, but you can manipulate where the golden banana falls just by having your camera facing a different spot. Okay, so we need to use bush push again here because we have no warp. Walk into the bush as far as you can without being pushed out. Spin clockwise. Navigate kind of straight, a little more left. You don't want to land in the river there, but You also don't want to trigger the cutscene that is surrounding Warp 1. And do Baboon Blast again. Or not again, for the first time. This one is harder than it looks, even though we're on the first level. It's kind of hard to get all the bananas. You need to shoot earlier than you think. Especially for this shot in order to grab those bananas. And then you can swim through this wall. And there's a giant loading zone under here for Chunky. Get all the bananas in here. No more coins at this point, no. The final coins you ever need are with DK and Creepy Castle at the like 2 hour and 25 minute mark. Yeah, you can actually skip these vines, but I don't really consider that a beginner trick. So just use the vines. Soda Rock, thanks so much for the sub. Really appreciate it. So you can use the beaver here to get a nice dance skip. And then, okay, we're gonna do another gun dive here where so I failed out there. You wanna take out the gun, hold Z as you're falling off the edge. And I did all that so quickly. And then while you have your gun out in water, you can't just swim through vertical walls like you normally would. And but you still can with the camera. So you take out the camera and to go through the wall. And then I swim a little bit, stay in place while underwater by holding Z, and then hold down to face up. Leave first person and then walk under Warp 1 where that cutscene is. Which... Hopefully if you got gun skew and Aztec, you can do it here. But yeah, if there's a better tutorial linked in the beginner guide for that, or maybe I can make a separate video on gun skew. But just remember, while you're skewed here, no regular jumps. This banana can be kind of tricky to climb up. So yeah, orangutan jumps are still legal, long jumps are still legal. Yeah, the skew transfers through tag barrels. Again, there's nothing really precise about getting skew, and even the gun dive, the first step was optional. You don't need to do that part. There's a backup that will be explained in the gun skew tutorial, but yeah, it doesn't require any precise inputs. It's just a multi-step trick. You have to do multiple things, so that's where it gets confusing, remembering to first get your gun swimming in water, and then face upwards, and then go into first person, and then walk into the cutscene. I mean, going into the cutscene is objectively easier than using the gate to set your height, but Anyway, make sure you hit warp 5 here. Very important. Well, yeah, the cutscene method has never been faster in Alley, and it probably wasn't even in the 101 route at that point. Oh yeah, I guess. Oh yeah, true. Forgot the backup. If you've already watched the cutscene, which I imagine a lot of beginners will just trigger the cutscene automatically, you don't need the cutscene to get skew, and that's what the separate skew tutorial is for. So yeah, if you accidentally jump in skew and mess it up, then you can go get it again. I'd say if you lose skew before picking up Lanky's golden banana, then I would go get skew again. But if you lose skew after getting Lanky's golden banana, I'd say you're at the point of just do things the intended way at that point. Although I guess I still need the bananas in the huts. I'd say once you get up to Tiny's blueprint, maybe. Because all that stuff by the logs, you can just do the intended way. But yeah, if you lose skew before Tiny's blueprint, I would go get it again. Oops, I didn't split.
Welcome to bonus stage.
But, I mean, it's... When starting out, I would just... Don't do any fancy movement with skew. Just walk. If you just walk and don't even press any buttons, there's no way you'll lose skew, and you'll be perfectly fine. Like, don't try and do long jumps. Don't do anything. Just walk until you get more comfortable with it. And even when you start doing long jumps, you don't want to press Z and A at the same time. You want to do your Z press before the A press, and hold the Z press until you press A. Because if you get lazy and don't hold the Z press all the way through the A press, then you'll lose skew. If you press them at the same time or accidentally press A too early, then you'll lose skew. You'll notice there that the Troffenskopf portal went away after I left it, because that was our first time leaving the Japes Troffenskopf portal ever, because we reset out of the portal earlier in the run. So that's what allows us to tag in there. Well, I mean, wait, what do you mean for roll? Because obviously, I mean, long jumping is still faster. You can still kick slide jump too, yeah, but you can still manage to find ways to lose skew with kick slide jump, yeah, I'm sure. But yeah, you can do kick slide jumps just fine. Oh, kick slides without jumping. Yeah, kick slides without a jump is still faster than walking, yeah. What if you don't want to run this game? Then I can ban you if you want. Not force you to watch this content. Okay, so that jump right there, you get in the spot that I was in and backflip, and then I tap up like halfway through the backflip, and that's what allows you to grab the ledge there and go through the bridge. So get in the spot, backflip, tap up halfway up. And then I'm going to do a jump here around this gate. You can absolutely do this the intended way and go slow down the conveyor belts in the other little side room. But I'm going to show off this jump here because the hard part isn't going up the conveyor belts. This gate is blocking the way, but you can just do a cartwheel, jump aerial to get around it. This jump does suck at first because yeah, it's kind of just the thing that you need muscle memory for. Because it's hard to know the depth of because you need to curve far enough away from the gate, but not too far or else you won't make it. So for this minecart ride, you can hold R to look back for this entire first segment. It's not critical on Wii U. On N64 it definitely reduces lag. But you can just look back this entire first part. Until that TNT guy falls, then I like to look forward, hit that lever, pick up all these coins, pick up this coin, and then immediately look backwards again. And this will allow us to get through this mouth cycle right there. Because if you were just looking forward the whole time, you would actually get hit by that mouth there and lose like a second. So, you know, you don't really need to worry about looking backwards if it is your first run, because again, on Wii U you might lose a second or two at most, but on N64 it does save more time to look backwards. But of course, if you aren't comfortable with all the coin positions in here, I would focus on getting 50 coins first before looking backwards. But at this point, once you have 50, you can definitely look backwards for the rest of the way. Okay, I like to kill this beaver because it's always in the way. Hit this switch. And chimpy charge. Shockwave him. Oh, I guess I should have mentioned this hours ago, but you can manipulate where the blueprints land by pressing R as you kill them. And like, if you just press R to turn your camera in a direction, the Splat will die in that direction. So I've been doing that the whole run. I never mentioned it until now. Let's get the remaining bananas here to 65. And don't go inside this time. You can jump here. I have to get on the warp and then shoot the balloon. Then you always have a weird, like, stuck camera there if you're getting in that tag while the gate is still shut. And then for this minecart mayhem, there's no guide in the route because, I don't know, I have faith in people to be able to do this just by using critical thinking. There's only one TNT barrel, so just, like, don't get hit. It's only 30 seconds. I'm sure you can just look at the course and not get hit by him. Just like that. Oh, and then coming out of there, you can hold down and slightly left to land in the hunky chunky barrel immediately. Okay, and then for this clip, an easy setup is to get right up to the front here and then just do AB pretty quickly, jump aerial, like that, okay, and you go through. When you land down here, you can, easy way to, there's like 10 different ways to clip all these things. I just like to do a backflip in that corner. But it's super easy to void out there going around that rammy wall. So you need to make sure you do not walk too far out of bounds. And then like you do the backflip to get yourself out of bounds and immediately come back inbounds behind the wall. Do not go too far to the left. I also did a trick there when taking the fairy picture, is as soon as you see that the picture counted, you can press the button to de-transform, which is ZC left, and you will skip the fairy refill cutscene partly. Yeah, everything about this room wasn't optimal. Maybe don't watch that for movement.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Okay, and here, bounce on the mushroom, grab the vine. That's about it. It's a pretty easy dance skip coming out of here. Just look straight forward. Okay, then last room of Japes here. I'm going to do a clip through the wall that is not that bad. So you get these two bunches. Then again, there's like a lot of ways to clip this room too. You need this bunch up here, then you can get on the torch, go on a rank stand, do a full jump, hold A all the way, then at your peak, hold forward through it, and then you can spam jumps at the top to clip through the wall. So you do one big jump first, hold forward, and spam more jumps to clip. If you don't need to do that clip, you can always hit the pegs and then play your instrument to kill the zingers, but that clip isn't too bad. And because we did the clip to the golden banana, we have to leave the room and come back in to make the fairy appear. If you did the room the intended way, the fairy would spawn automatically. Okay, and then coming up here is an opportunity to do a trick fall through vertical walls with Chunky. If you were ever going to learn that trick, this would be the first place to apply it, but I'm not going to do that in the beginner route. So instead, I'm going to hit this very not colorblind friendly mushroom, because I myself am not colorblind, but literally the yellows and greens look exactly the same and the purples and blues look exactly the same. So no, the order for this is Diddy, DK, Lanky, Chunky, Tiny, or else you probably wouldn't be able to tell just by looking at it. But yeah, there is a way to skip that whole sequence by clipping through a wall with Chunky, but I wouldn't say that's easy for someone new. I'm just the bathroom again here. Be right back. We're about to enter. Oh, we're gonna enter Fungi. I might miss the split. Too late now. I don't want to miss any more splits. I'm determined. Okay. So here you go, hit warp 2 and then straight to the well. In this route you don't need to hit warp 4, but alternate harder fungi routes do require warp 4. I'd say this minecart ride is definitely the hardest. So just focus on getting the 50 coins. Yes, there are some cool things. Some little cutscene skips here and there and here. I have gotten 49 coins quite a few times in my days. Okay, so right here, you want to press R to look backwards, and you will skip a cutscene there. And you don't need to hold it that long. About release it around here. I look backwards here to make some gate cycles. No, you can do this, and then I release it about there to hit these cycles without stopping. And then you need to look backwards again there to skip another cutscene. So I'd prioritize learning where those 2 cutscenes are to look backwards at, and then worry about other optimizations in here later, because skipping the cutscene saves the most time. And from here onwards, you can just look backwards. Then, if you want to get the special secret rainbow coin, you can go do that now. But, you know, that's not on the route, so I'm skipping it. Going straight over to the spider fight. There are like 10 different ways of clipping into this room, but easiest way is going over here to this wall while holding forward. Press the B button to punch, and you will go through the wall. Or press it a couple times to do the double punch. And then walk around to this loading zone. And we're going to do this fight as Chunky because it saves a lot of time using pineapples over feathers. This Chunky's gun does way more damage than Tiny's. So yeah, the overall strat for this, kill the baby spiders as fast as you can. I like to use the gun, and they're in pretty bad spots here. Hello, poor owl. Yeah, like they're all over the place. Really, use audio cues, and when you hear the big spider shooting at you, move and don't get hit. As those attacks can reverse your controls, freeze you in place. You really don't want to get hit by the big spider's attacks. Anyway, this is a tiny golden banana, so you cannot pick it up. And just leave. Don't die there. I'm pretty sure dying resets the golden banana. So do not like walk off the edge. So you need to bring this keg all the way back to the other room. Hold right as you're leaving this loading zone. Save some time. Hit warp 1. And you need to put these kegs down on the crusher. The conveyor belt is not moving, so it's sort of precise, but still pretty easy. You just need to use Z to put the barrel down on the crusher. I'd say it's better to put it too far away than too close, because if you try to put it too close, then Chunky will just take damage. There, I just clipped through that wall there. You literally just walk through it, by the way. There is no wall there. It's the easiest clip in the game. There's no setup. You just walk through the wall. And that is a DK golden banana back there, by the way. But we're getting as Chunky and breaking some speed laws. But there are 2 more kegs you need to place. So with a little bit of practice, you'll learn where to put them. It's not too precise. And then another dance skip you can do here. And then get Mini Monkey to go back in the other room. So to get back into the spider fight, I'm going to do a ledge clip with Tiny. I think this is the easiest ledge clip in the entire game. You can do it with Chunky as well, but I want to show that other special Chunky clip. So this ledge clip is so easy, you don't even need to use CF. Like, just tap forward a couple times, and you fall through the ground there. It is... It's a giant gap for you to fall through, so... You don't need to use CF. Okay, here we're going to use Warp 1 and then collect bananas in the river until you're at 27. Yeah, we're in the last level, Schlongster. Almost there. $27, and then instantly curve right to go through this wall. Curve left a little bit here and just follow this path. Go straight under the barn. And then you're going to want to swim straight up here. And just keep swimming straight up until you hit the thorns. And getting damaged while swimming straight up will put you back into skew. So we have skew. Same skew rules apply. No jumps. Go through that wall, walk a tiny bit, and then you can backflip into this other completely different area. There's not a void there to worry about, so don't worry. Get these bananas. And then here I like to walk all the way around, getting all the chunky bananas first, and like by walking by the tomatoes, you're gonna make them come out of the ground, and then you can just backflip on top of them. Being careful not to lose skew with the backflips. And then instead of carrying the apple through the wall and getting hit by the zinger, you can walk through this wall right here. And boom, you're through. You can also just walk through the green tunnel if you're scared of the void there. There is a void to the right, so you don't want to be too far right. And then go through the blue part of that wall, and you're back over here and can get DK's blueprint. And then roll through that part of the wall there, and you will clip. Well, you don't need to clip through that wall. You can just walk around and go through the door too. But that back wall is kind of sloped, so you can't really clip through all parts of it. But it's really easy to clip through that part of the wall. Then you're out of skew. And coming up here, we have our a final minecart mayhem, but there are 2 TNT barrels again, so I'll allow you to use the guide for reference. Remember to hold Z through this whole minigame. But we got switch 3 for the first 3 intersections, and stay 2, 1, 2, switch, stay, switch 4. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Remember, this is written in the guide, and I don't even have this memorized. I still read the route. That was stay 2, then switch 1, 2, 3, then stay 5. Then as soon as you get past that guy, you can just brake. Last thing in this room is the ferry, in this box over here. I like to get a little distance away from the ferry before taking the picture. Now we have the giant mushroom area. There are, what, we spend like probably 15 minutes in this one room here. There's so much to do. So when you switch to Diddy, this tag barrel right here is slightly faster than any other one. Go to the very top into the bonus barrel. Actually, I'll take my bathroom break now. This is an auto scroller. You guys don't need my help for this.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Correct, Schlongster. We do not need to fight the boss in this level because we already have key 5. The portal still exists, but you wouldn't even be able to get the key from the boss. Like, if you were to walk in the portal, then leave the portal, it would go away because you already have the key. I mean, Lanky has 2 rooms here. I would use the corners of the Lanky switch on top as reference for which ways to walk down. So here, I'll point it out as we go back up. So that first, the dark room, corresponds to the bottom right of Lanky's face. And the other room is the top left of Blanky's face on that switch. Right here. No, there's a very helpful diagram in here, you know, that completely solves this puzzle for us. Because believe it or not, the colors correspond to certain Kongs.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Oh yeah, so this is exactly the same as Crystal Caves. On Wii U, you need to pause buffer it. On an N64, you don't. Then pick up at least 1 homing ammo. You don't really need more than 5 ammo. Because we need to kill a zinger in here with Chunky. To just jump from where you start to hit him. Then for this puzzle, all of the chunky symbols, all the chunky tiles are after the DK ones. So if you see DK, chunky is 1 more. This puzzle is the same every time, so you kind of just get used to where to shoot. Then you walk to the tag barrel here, but don't go in it. You can just jump straight down from the tag barrel and go to Chunky's blueprint here. Be careful not to get hit off. It's pretty easy on N64 to get knocked off there. Then jump this way to this tag barrel. We have our final baboon blast. This one has some of the scariest, like, long distance shots that it's not as fast paced as the Crystal Caves one. I've seen many 101 runs die to this baboon blast 5 hours in. What a shame that would be. Yeah, there are no bananas in here, so you just take the route I did.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I have had the world record a total of a little over 3 years, but that was not all in a row, as Falcon did beat me at one point, but within the last 5 years, I have held the record over 3 of those years. Yeah, I've had the records, I've had the record since March of 2020, again. So about 9 months now, and I honestly haven't run 101 since 9 months ago. I've been meaning to come back to it. And practicing for this run was actually super helpful. Definitely learned a few things myself just practicing this. Anyway, let's see. All that was pretty straightforward. It's just banana collecting. So after we get this lanky balloon, we're going to do a crouch fall with Diddy off the edge here. And walk forward to that orange, fall again. And then collect 2 bananas. You kind of only need 1, I think, actually, but the blueprint. And then this is not required, but you can take out your guns, Z slide off, and then do a swag shot there. So I kind of no-scoped that. Not gonna brag or anything, but even if you don't hit the no-scope there, you're already lined up to shoot it from the ground with your guns out. And then okay, I would make, I guess you don't need crystals at this point because there's actually no, Yeah, at this point you should be collecting crystals, actually. This is one of the rare points where your consumables might matter, because we have Rabbit Race coming up, and if you're bad at Rabbit Race, you lose, you'll need more crystal coconuts. So the crystals in here can be useful. So anyway, in here, make sure you're not spamming A on the vines, because unlike the other Kongs, Tiny will try to do a ponytail twirl and you will fall to the ground if you're mashing A. Just press A once on these vines. They can still troll you and miss coins, and it is what it is. That dance skip can be scary because if you miss it, you fall all the way down, but it's kind of impossible to miss, so don't worry. So now with Chunky, you need to grab a bunch of bananas here. That skid jump is not necessary. So you just climb until you have 75. Then drop back down. Then we're gonna do a cutscene skip here. So stand in front of the DK switch, shoot the switch, and then ground pound. If you're standing on the switch, you are too far away from the coconut switch and you will not hit it. So you have to be in front of the switch like that. And just be kind of quick to hit it. Because we did the cutscene skip, that cannon doesn't actually spawn in time for us. Glad this run fulfills the quirky requirements. Now to get this battle crown, you can just jump off right here, ponytail twirl to it. Anyone want to change their guesses for the final time? Anyone know what kind of pace this is? Before this run, I asked people to predict their times. I believe General Toucans guessed 5:38. We had a 5:40 from Falcon, 5:36 from Schlongster, 5:39 from Dozium, 4:20.69 from 10. Schlongster, you increased your guess? We don't have that much left, I promise you. Okay, we'll see. Alright, then jump off here. Ponytail twirl about halfway so you don't splat. Remember this balloon, it's super high up, so it's kind of easy to forget because you don't really see it. Then we go through the yellow tunnel with Lanky. And for some people, especially if you're playing on Wii U, this might be the hardest split of the run because we have Rabbit Race coming up. And the first Rabbit Race is easy. You shouldn't be failing that if you're speedrunning this game especially. But the second Rabbit Race, I will admit, is very, very, very difficult on Wii U, and you kind of need close to perfect movement to win. So good luck is all I have to say. If you're on N64, it's way more doable with the lag, but he goes kind of turbo speed on the Wii U version. But I do have a separate YouTube video called How to Cheat the Rabbit Race for a good backup. Oh, it's not even linked in the guide. I'll be sure to link that in the guide here. So, yeah, this first race, don't really need to do anything. Just you can get Lanky's blueprint during the first race here, but I really would, yeah, don't get hit there. I really wouldn't recommend getting the blueprint because you can use the Kasplat to block the rabbit in the second race, and I find that that's more valuable than the time saved from getting the blueprint during the race. Then you don't, for that log, you can just jump on top of it. You don't need to go all the way through it. But yeah, that's the course. Now, from going through it once, we will surely be a master at it for the second time. So yeah, if you do fail this race, there is a way to get into the Lanky barrel before the race starts, but you can only do that upon failing the race. So I have a separate video that shows how to do that. But try your best to win. I would take straight lines, cut corners, hope the rabbit gets stuck on the Kasplat. Jump up slopes. See, like, he didn't get stuck there at all. So, what's gonna happen? How will I win? It all comes down to cutting the corner right here. And if you're, like, right there, I did the risky strat of jumping onto the log because I knew it was really close. If you have more of a lead, you can go all the way to the other side of the log and just jump through it, but if you get to the end of the race and you're losing is when you do the strat to get into the barrel early before the next race starts. Otherwise, yeah, the race should be much easier for an N64 though. And then get the blueprint here. My runs don't die to this race anymore because as I now do rabbit race skip and collect the golden banana from out of bounds. So I'm not even good at the race anymore. This is my first time doing the race and like, actually the only time I've ever done this race other than today for this run was in the all collectibles glitchless run. And then yeah, it's the only time I've done it in 2020. Oh yeah, I have witnessed the General Toucans running because not only once you lose the race like twice, you'll run out of crystals and then it's all bad news. Then you have to go. So I guess yeah, if you get in that worst case scenario situation of running out of crystals because you failed the race so much, that's when you want to leave the level, take the fairy picture and Fungi lobby to refill your crystal coconuts because refilling on crystals without a fairy takes so long. So once you're in here, play your instrument right away, and then wait a little bit, and then do a ponytail twirl, and hold it, and you'll pick up the golden banana instantly, as long as you're in the air. Get the bean and death warp. Yeah, I used to fail a rabbit race a lot, but as time went on, I was failing it rarely. Yeah, so here, make sure it's not a fake bean. I am going to attempt a cutscene skip here that works well. It's kind of hard. There's this giant black blob right here, and when you're like halfway through it, you play your instrument, and you can try and skip the cutscene. Right here, I played the instrument, what, too early, I think. And it just went at the same time as the cutscene. But you can skip that cutscene from minor time save. But our beanstalk did grow, so did a reel. No, there's just a lot of ways to lose the bean. Like if you reset your console, you lose the bean. Don't lose the bean that way. You know, if you just follow the route, you'll be fine. You won't get fake bean. But yeah, make sure you have enough crystals there. Like if you're down to 1 crystal, you will run out of crystals as Squawk is coming to get you, and Tiny is actually too fat to be picked up without Mini Monkey. This is a very difficult fairy. I don't think that picture would have worked on N64 since it was technically through the wall, but hope you get lucky and hope the fairy stays in the box and take that picture right away, because once it starts moving, that fairy moves very quick. Okay, so we have another auto scroller here. Get bananas, play the music pad, and do the owl race. Pretty straightforward. So there's not really anything you can do here to speed it up or slow it down. Just don't lose. Losing this is very tragic because it feels like it should be so easy and you're so far into the run. Just don't accidentally land on anything. I guess, only hard part is coming up here is not landing on this branch because he puts the ring pretty close to the branch, so just don't land there and you're should be fine. But you know, make sure you're using the Z button to hover in place. Make it easier to control the rocket barrel. Oh boy, another auto scroller. The perfect time to thank Schlongster for the sub for 2 months. Really appreciate it. Welcome back to the Banana Force. Hopefully this has been helpful. And hopefully this run will be helpful to everyone who watches this in the future. So yeah, this minigame, don't get hit. That's about it. Pay attention to where they're spawning. Okay, back to actual gameplay now. So Lanky has a lot of extra bananas and fungi, by the way, so it's possible you have extras at this point, but yeah, like 64 is more than enough here. And go into this room and then say immediately hit the switch to start the game and then go back towards some homing ammo. And hit the 3 bats. And then during this time it takes for the golden banana to spawn, I would grab some more homing ammo. It's not 100. You don't need homing ammo at this point, just a minor time save. But it's not critical that you have it. Then jump to the left here. Make sure that you have 75 here. There are a couple extra lanky bananas up there if you weren't at 74 like I was there. Then you can swim through this wall. Go all the way to this cage. Swim through the wall directly in front of you again. Notice just to swim through vertical walls again. We'll see up. And then spam the jump button to get out of that cage, or else if you're not jumping, you can kind of get stuck in there. So just hold the direction that you came from and spam jumps, which you should just be able to hold up. You can skip a banana there because you only need to have 50 here with Diddy. And this room is fun. Test your platforming skills for once in this game. After you get that banana, take the fairy picture. And we see the text there from the Queen Banana Fairy indicating we have all 40 fairies. If you didn't get text there, that means you forgot a fairy somewhere. I'll get this DK balloon, and then it is fastest to do a moon kick here on one of the mushroom trees with DK, but I said I'd put no ledge kicks in the beginner route, so I'm going to show that you can also just climb one of these mushrooms with Tiny and do a kick slide, jump, ponytail twirl across to get into Snide's area at night. And it is faster to do a moon kick, but you don't have to do that. And here's the O Banana time, where you have, what, 4 minutes of blueprint turn-ins? I'm pretty sure this split right here of blueprint turn-ins is like 40 seconds slower on N64 or something. It's crazy how much lag there is. But yeah, I'd just be double checking your golden banana counts with your route, because I'd say blueprints are some of the easiest things to forget. I have different capture cards for N64 and Wii U, so I have them both plugged into the computer. And sometimes OBS is funky, but I can just switch between scenes just fine, and I don't need to unplug anything. Because I have an HD capture card for Wii U, then a GV USB 2 for N64. So I have two different scenes in OBS. But you don't need to use an HD capture card with the Wii U. You can use your GV USB 2 in the Wii U just fine. Although your quality does tank. Like the Wii U looks so much better with an HD capture card. Only 3 USB ports? I guess that's kind of a you question. I don't know what everything you have plugged into your computer. Because I have 6 USB ports in my computer. I have mouse, keyboard, microphone, N64 capture, Wii U capture, and face cam. That's what I use my 6 for. That's not even that big. 6 is not that many, right? Because I'm like using all 6 at all times. Okay, make sure you get this balloon here. Did you? And you should have all 40 medals at this point. So the optimal, I mean, it's not optimal to check your totals, but I recommend checking your totals, especially for Noodle 101. And if you're going to check your totals, I would do it after turning in these Diddy blueprints here and make sure you have all 40 banana medals. And I guess 197 golden bananas. Oh, if you have a laptop, yeah. You might want to get one of those USB port extenders, which I actually have one of those. Look, this came with the Rock Band. It's a USB port like splitter. It gives you 4 extra ports. Anyway. So I didn't check my totals, but I know I have everything. So, rocket barrel over to this bonus barrel at the top of DK Island. Hub. Oh, that's a better word. Oh, it is called a USB 2.0 4-port hub. I doubt the quality is very high on this thing because it literally came with Rock Band. Maybe it still works. I've never used it. Yeah, my work laptop also has one of those with like 1 billion ports for everything. Anyway, this is where the homing ammo will come in handy if you still have it, because you can just sort of fire shots wherever here. Hit that switch. Make sure you don't, well, if you land, it's no big deal, but you can get the dance skip if you stay in rocket barrel here. And do another Z slide off the edge. Use warp 3. We'll get our final golden bananas with Tiny. So we're gonna do the same thing here we did with DK, a swim through shores, where you dive and mash B. Although you do need to maintain the swimming longer than you would with DK. You have to keep mashing B all the way until you're under the ferry head there. and then you can surface. Then get under the golden banana and just do a jump. Be very careful not to jump inbounds into the cage there. You can just get under the banana and jump, and then go into the loading zone. If you do accidentally go into the cage, you need to save and quit your game because you're stuck if you don't know how to phase walk. And then that is our 201st golden banana. So we now officially have 101% and can go beat K. Rool. So K. Rool is a boss fight that is very long. It's over 12 minutes long on N64. So there is a lot of potential to lose time on K. Rool. So I do recommend learning some K. Rool strats because people do lose like 1 or 2 minutes if they don't know what they're doing in this fight. I will do my best to explain it as we go, since we have a lot of time now. Why is there a walking microphone? How else is the microphone supposed to get from place to place? Well, I guess it's squished now, so never mind. Okay, DK phase. So I am still going to do lag reduction strategies on Wii U because might as well. Okay, so I immediately press R to unlock the camera, grab the pole, zoom in, and climb to the top of the pole. Wait until the timer says 248, and then hold up. And you will get into this barrel instantly before the cutscene starts. Wait for it to go up and down 3 times, and as soon as the cutscene is over, you can press A to hit K. Rool there, and then climb all the poles. This, you wait until the barrel's going down the 4th time, so that was the 4th cycle. Then shoot here. It's just the 2nd cycle, so 1, 2. And then for the last hit, you wait until it's the 5th cycle down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And shoot. A note about your camera in boss fights is that pressing R unlocks, it toggles whether your camera is locked or not. So for all of DK phase, I use an unlocked camera, so I press R once at the start of the fight to unlock the camera. Otherwise, like right now, the camera is locked on K. Rool. You see the camera icon in the bottom right corner, which Diddy phase doesn't really matter. So then once you get in Rocky Barrel, there's no change to the camera. And then you need to shoot all of these lights. Yeah, 3, 4, 2, 5. So the fastest way to do Diddy phase here is to get in the corner of the lights here. Just, you know, you just eyeball it where I'm at. And you hold Z to hover in place. And then rotate yourself and spam the shots, and you can hit both targets at once. I was too close to that one. You couldn't hit it. You can't be right on top of the target, because there is distance from where your Kong is to where the ammo actually comes out of. Lanky phase is all about cycles. So first thing I do is press R to unlock the camera, and then I think I do C right 4 times to get this camera, and then line up and get Lanky's arm where it would be to hit the switch. Hit this switch right away, pick up the barrel B, throw it down left, and then wait. You need to wait for K-Rool to pass you there. So you can hide in the corner and K-Rool won't hit you. So I'm in the corner, and then as soon as K-Rool passes over the music pad, I go back to the music pad, play the instrument. Hit the 4 button, throw that down in the middle of the ring, instantly play the instrument. If at any point you miss any of these cycles, it messes up and you kind of have to start eyeballing things. A super beginner-friendly strat is to just throw the banana peels directly onto the music pad, and you can play the music pad regardless of where K-Rool is in the arena. So if you're not comfortable going for these cycles that I'm doing here, so yeah, you can't. If you don't know where to throw it, you can just throw it on the music pad, and you don't need to wait for K-Rool to get in a certain spot. Because even if the banana's directly on top of you on the music pad, K-Rool will always hit it and not run over you. Tiny phase is probably the easiest, I guess. No, DK is maybe probably the easiest, but okay, so the number of slams, well, first of all, you get on the pole and look up, and this reduces lag on N64. So you want to, K-Rool will do 4 slams here, so that's the 3rd slam, then I get off the pole, and as he's doing the 4th slam, you get the mini monkey barrel. Diddy phase is probably the hardest at first, as controlling the rocket barrel is difficult. I'd still say Diddy is the hardest to do optimally. Chunky phase at this point is getting annoying for me to do optimally. I'm lanky, tiny, and DK phase I can do within like 1 second of optimal every single time. And it's really Diddy and Chunky is the variation, but Diddy is definitely harder at first. Controlling the rocket barrel and flying. So, for the toes. On N64, you want to immediately put your gun away as you enter the shoe, because shooting the gun is way laggier than oranges. And I am doing N64 lag reduction strats in the shoe there, where I'm looking down as much as I can. Which, if you're not comfortable with the toe cycles, it's not crucial. The toes do the same pattern every time. They're listed in the guide. So, like here, I stand in, if you number the toes from 1, 2, 3, 4, I have numbers written down for where to stand. So for here, we're standing at 2, then 3, then 2, 2, stay in the same spot, then move to 4. And then you throw your oranges as soon as you can. I guess you also need to know the number of phases, the number of slams K-Rool does in each phase. It's 4, then 3, then 4, then 5. So this is the 4th phase, so we can do 5 slams. The 4th phase is the only time when K-Rool's ending position is random. For the first 3 phases, K-Rool will always end in the same corner, but for the last one, it is actually random which corner he ends up in, and you can lose time if he ends in the corner where you're standing in. So you kind of want to leave ahead of time. Anyway, let's see, for these toes, that was 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. Now 2, 3, 2, 2, 4. Then 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. And that's Tiny Face. All right, now for Chunky Phase. To keep it simple, I would just always use the chunky pad in the red corner. So, I mean, first you have to hit the switch in the middle. You can't go straight to it or else you get hit. You have to go a little slow. And then go back to the red corner. This is all just cycles too, but just focus on just going back to the red corner each time. Punch here when Rool runs over the eyes in the middle of the arena. That's for the first punch. The second punch is when he crosses over the bottom of the star. Third punch as soon as he starts moving. That was when he crossed over the star. You do want to be careful to not like just hold up right here or else you'll get squished. You kind of have to delay it a tad. I'm going out of Hunky Chunky. And as soon as he starts moving their punch, that was a pretty late punch. Now we have our one final punch left where nothing can go wrong. Except a backflip. Oh no, if you happen to accidentally backflip, make sure you're going to first person, center yourself again, and then there you go. Oh, I didn't split. Oops, I missed. That was a late split. But okay, 5:23:28. Well, that was the spliced beginner route. Thanks, Van Blandy Schlongster. So yeah, this run, let's see, let's look at the leaderboard. We just got 4th place. So the moral of the story is don't, if there are two mentalities when it comes to learning a new speed game. Some people like to learn all of the hard tricks at the start because they're fun and interesting and it develops good habits early, which is good. And if you're planning on running the game for a long time and you want to put that investment in it early, that's perfectly fine. However, I've seen a lot of people start running DK64, get completely overwhelmed and just give up. So I don't like recommending people do all the hard stuff when starting out because there's already so much to learn just doing the beginner route. And I've seen so many people give up because it is such a long run that I wouldn't try to overwhelm yourself with learning too much right away because, this is a 5+ hour category. There's a lot to learn without even factoring in all of the hard tricks that make the difference between this 5:23 and the 5:16. That's the current world record. So yeah, let's see. We have this new feature to run a multiplayer ad. Do you guys want to see what happens? Multiplayer ads are a new way for communities to experience ad breaks. When a multiplayer ad is triggered, viewers on the channel watch the same ad and then are presented a poll afterwards. Voting in the poll helps support you, the streamer, via bits. Guys, we get bits. Or I think I get bits. Let's see what happens. Think people are watching an ad now? I don't know. No, well, subs aren't watching an ad. Norton antivirus for Among Us. Yeah, no, that's what it said. It said it would be a Norton ad on my end. But I think depending on your country, it might be different too. But okay. I don't know what happened. I mean, I don't see anything. Yeah, and okay. So yeah, this run is 7 minutes slower than my world record. However, I would say this run did not make as many mistakes as my world record because I did edit out and redo major time losses. So if I were to guess, I'd say maybe closer to 12, 13 minutes are saved from beginner to advanced route. I mean, I still made, think deep, I still did most of the run in one take. I did not make this an optimal segmented run by any means. The point was more to just not have anything too catastrophic in here that detours from the value of learning from the run. But yeah, definitely not as many mistakes as the world record because again, I did edit out big mistakes. No, I'd say closer like 12 minutes. The advanced route probably saves. Because I didn't do a single fall through vertical walls that I spam those all over the place. The world record. I didn't fail rabbit race. Thanks for watching the ad, guys. I'd never done one of those before. The pig and hippo do have nipple piercings. Any other questions? Okay, so this cutscene is a good sign. There are 2 bonus cutscenes here when you get 101% that are, required. My next actual 101 run, good question. Probably not till next week. I do want to do a 301 on my birthday, December 29th. That means I do need to get going some 101 runs within the next couple days. We're really hoping I can fit that in. I'll try. I don't know what the stream schedule is going to look like though. I already messed things up by doing a Wednesday stream. Can I do it again? This will be on YouTube tomorrow, hopefully. But I need to get to bed. I have a lot of work to get done tomorrow. Okay, and then this is the actual 101 cutscene here. So when you see this, you know your run's official and you got everything. And then I would, you know, for, I guess, to make verification easier, I would still go to the file and show that you have 101% when submitting your run to the leaderboard. Wait it out.